echoing on a Sunday brunch when we play Colossal Caves. Do you want to tell us some history about this game? Anything you want to share, Chad?
Yeah,
Awesome. Let's do it.
I even got a book.
He has a book.
So,
Uh,
what we're playing today is Colossal Cave, which this is uh, pretty much a robot
Hi,
spacer.
Robot Spacer.
Thank you for coming in. So
Yes, thank you.
we are playing we are playing Robot Spacer. Yes, we're playing Colossal Cave. This is a remake of the 1976 classic text adventure game. Robot Spacer saw him playing this on a Friday. Lots of fun exploration. One question I have for you, Robot Spacer, just to check something. When you were playing it on the Mac, did you see any Steam achievements appear? Because I didn't see any on the Mac, but I tested on the PC and they're showing up. So I'm thinking something's needs to still be tweaked there, which I wouldn't be surprised. I tried doing an AGS port for another game, and I was trying to get the Steam achievements to work and never quite could figure it out at the time. But okay, yeah, I think there's a glitch.
So
So
tell more history.
so this is based off of a classic text adventure game that was on, like, very very early internet, probably PDP machines and whatnot. And Robot Spacer here draws some fantastic maps. And when I was watching him, there's one of the mazes that it was great that he played the original text venture and drew the maps. And when he got to this game, it's very faithful. And some of the reviews for this game, they deride it a bit because it is pretty much working off the original. I mean, very, very closely with the descriptions and some of the logic. And there's a lot of kind of moon logic, but this is sort of what was going on during that era. You look at Zork, I think there was a similar concept of just going around and exploring, collecting treasures. Then you see that even with some early Sierra games. You think about Mystery House, there was some of that going around. Oh, there's a little more of a plot to Mystery House, but there is that trying to find treasures. And even like King's Quest 1, King's Quest 2, there was a lot of you're finding treasures, you're picking things up. And one thing that's kind of neat, I got this book from my brother as a birthday present. He probably just found this on Amazon or eBay or something. It's kind of reflecting wrong. So,
But it's an older book.
yeah, the Book of Adventure Games. So this came out in 1984. So this is a lot of kind of these early games. So there are things like Mystery House in here, and there's probably Cranston Manor or something like that. Probably Mission Asteroid, Time Zone, Time. I mean,
Yeah.
this has a bunch of maps in it, and especially Time Zone, which was huge. Which I mean, that was a really large game. I mean, they spent like $99 was the cost of it, or something like that. Yeah, Sierra Online Systems,
99.95.
99.95 for Time Zone. Type a monster-sized high-res adventure with color graphics.
Good luck trying to find it.
Yep, and the very first game listed in here is just called Adventure. And it has a bunch of maps in here too. And this is great. So, because this is definitely a kind of confusing, and as we're going to see with this 3D remake, it does offer the option for auto mapping, which is a wonderful feature, because trying to play the text game is definitely confusing. It really helps to draw a map to try to remember, like, okay, how do we get from point A to point B? Here's, some of the mazes, like the vending machine maze, the pirate maze, and some of these are getting really confusing. And when I had played some of this, I did find the vending machine maze, found the vending machine, yay! Then it was like, okay, now how do I get out? But this is great, because I was thinking about this, like, oh, wait a minute, I have this book of old adventures, and I wonder if there was a map, and there isn't. And it's a pretty good size. I think I read something like 130 rooms in this game, which is it's a pretty good sized game. Put into perspective, the first King's Quest game was about 83 rooms, give or take some. So So we have this nice map. We can probably use this to help try to find our way around when we get lost. I don't know how far we'll get through, but I think we'll do a lot of exploring. We did play the text game. I think it was the version that was on ClossK3D.com. They had a version of the text game, and there were several different versions, and they can specify it by the number of points.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a few things that might be a little different that we were trying to even work off of one walkthrough, and I think it was a little different from some of the others, so it may not always sync up, so it might depend on which version you're playing.
But what's the most exciting news about this game, Chad?
Yeah, so
Tell the history.
the funnest thing about things was I was brought in to act as a Macintosh consultant for this game. So I didn't do any actual coding or anything along those lines. It was much more in an advisory type role, but it was very much more of, okay, we need some advice on how do you develop for the Mac, and especially all the fun gray hair inducing things like code signing and notarizing an app, and just making sure there's that proper polish. I mean, things that I've noticed just even looking in Robot Spacers of developers. So even just looking at the info P list of an app, and just making sure things look good there, and being able to estimate what are some proper specs for this game. I was able to play this game on my 2015 iMac. So it's not the newest, fastest machine by any means, and it works. Fortunately, this is not like a super high-speed game that you're trying to push 120 frames per second. You can see it here. It even allows you to try to limit the frame rate, and even 10 frames a second works pretty well for this game because you're generally not trying to move too quickly.
So my history is that in the summer, Chad came to me and pulled me aside one day and said, "Mel, you are not going to believe what has happened." And I said, "What?" And he goes, they want me to help them with Colossal Cave." And I said, "Really?" Because I mean, we had just barely heard about what was happening with it and stuff, and he said, "Yeah, I got a message from Stephen Alexander asking me what I would think about help assisting with the Colossal Cave." And I was like, "You're going to do it, right? I mean, you're absolutely going to do it." And he goes, "Yeah." But then for about a month, we didn't hear anything back. And then he pulled me aside again. He goes, "Mel, I got an email from Ken Williams." And it was like the pinnacle of Chad's success. Chad, the only thing I know about Chad from day one when I first met him, he really wanted to work for Sierra. He wanted to work for a company like Sierra, and unfortunately by that time Sierra had closed their doors, or they were very
It was
thinned
very different.
out.
I just posted a blog entry about this, my experience, that when I was a junior in high school, I wanted to, finally figured out what do I want to do. And it was like, I'm going to go study computer science. I'm going to be a programmer. And then I want to go work for Sierra and make some great adventure games. However, by that time, Sierra was about ready to change. It was no longer going to be the Sierra of old. I mean, I pretty much needed a time machine to go back. I mean, if I had that time machine, if I could work between about 1985 to 1995, and I think that was just kind of a nice, kind of a golden period of the games they made. A lot of what I grew up with, especially in the later 80s. And with the games generally from the first half of the 90s, I ended up having to go back to play them because I didn't have a computer that could run those for many years. But once I did, for example, I knew I was going to get a new computer when I went off to the university, and I didn't get it right away, but I did buy something before I even got the computer.
What'd you buy? Oh yeah.
I bought this.
The Quest for Glory anthology and a thing that knocked on the ground.
Sorry.
So for us, and it's been kind of hush hush. We didn't say anything to anyone, and that's been the hardest part. Is we've talked about it a time or two. Chad has like we talked about the game, but we could never give any details. We did not want to overstep anything. But then, sure enough, request came in, and then Chad assisted and gave his advice and stuff like that, and tested it out on different Macs, and so it's been pretty fun. So without further ado, let's play Colossal Cave.
Yeah, I figured this is about the closest I'm ever going to get to really being able to have that experience in a way. It's going to be having to create new experiences. Yeah, I mean, the last couple of years have been interesting. That back in 2018, I had this like little scene of at the opening of King's Quest 1, and looking at it, wondering, is it possible to reverse engineer the AGI game engine? And the answer is, oh yes. Found a great YouTube video. A guy from the Netherlands went and showed how to reverse engineer it. The guy had written a bunch of Python scripts. There's a number of people over the last 20 some years who have also reverse engineered the AGI engine. There have been a number of tools out there. So I ended up actually taking the AGI Studio, which was written using the Qt framework, and there's a Windows and Linux version, and I'd worked with Qt before, and so I was able to port that to the Mac. And there weren't a whole lot of changes that need to be done actually in the code. It was just more of being able to actually construct and build the Mac app itself, and that in itself was a lot of weird hoops to jump through to make sure that all the frameworks were built and included properly, and you have all the paths pointing correctly, and then being able to sign everything and removing any detritus and stuff. So,
and also, this is the so they graciously rewarded Chad and the credits.
So we have, here's the Williams and the original design by Will Crowther and Don Woods. So I think it was Will started it, and then Don built upon the game. The various art leads,
the artists who were involved.
So I've heard estimates of maybe up to about 30 people working on this. So it wasn't just, 2 people anymore. It definitely did become something big.
Mm-hmm.
A number of lead engineers. From what I've heard, it sounded like Ken Williams just started playing around with stuff, seeing what was new out there, and just started digging more and more into things and playing around with VR, and this is what came of it. So whether for good or bad, we have the pandemic that, both Ken and Roberta end up writing books, and then they end up making this game. There's a lot of music out there that was created because it was like, well, we're locked down. Hey, I'm going to go finally, write this music or write a book or whatever,
I think one of the things I like, of course, this is the pre-jumps into the game, but I like the sound effects. I like the ambience. There's I know him as Steven Alexander, but Steve Alexander.
DJ Williams, I think, is one of the Ken and Roberta's children. I remember one of the old Interaction magazines. I think they had one of their kids in it. I mean, it's still like when they were making their own newsletters and magazines. So, I mean, just type of thing that there still was a little bit of that kind of family-oriented type company still in the earlier days. Stephen Alexander again under QA.
Mm-hmm.
Greeter Elf. Closing announcement.
A lot of people really like the narrator. That's been a really positive part of this game.
Yeah, I've read a few reviews, and generally it comes down to the biggest gripes are either people complaining because it's still based off the original game, so there is some of the little kind of weirdness and moon logic of that's how it was designed in 1976, and some saying, well, they felt the graphics felt more like PS2 or PS3, but maybe some of that was because there's a VR version. Some public relations, and there I am.
And
that was so cool. And I just really
he came up, he goes, Mel, I got credits. He's gotten credits before in other games
Yeah.
though, so it's not the first time, but it is the first time in actual like Williams Sierra type. Well, they're not Sierra here, but Williams games. So I feel like it made a lot of changes. People would, if they made a lot of changes, people would have been complaining about
Yeah.
that.
I mean, they could have done a variant of it, I guess. You know, maybe not make some of the mazes quite as brutal, but
Thank you so
who
much for
knows?
following Silver Street.
Hey, Silver Streak. Yeah, Silver Streak was playing along with Robot Spacer on Friday as well.
Thank you so much for following. So yeah, having to see his name there in the credits was definitely a very exciting thing. And of course, I knew what he was doing because he would be sitting next to me. At most, I could see them doing what Shadowgate Remake did, an original mode, a reimagined mode. But so far, it all seems pretty spot on.
Yeah, when Robot Spacer showed the maze different or whatever it's called, the vending machine maze, and he showed there was those slight little differences in descriptions. I'm like, oh, that was just really spot on, very methodical. And then I was just showing like a map, and it shows like all the little different rooms and the descriptions of them and the just slight differences.
But we also noticed when we played the text adventure in the summertime that it it was really hard. Oops, sorry about that. There's a bot going on. That it was really hard to find the concrete walkthrough, that so many people have done so many variations, but there are many different paths to take. So it's not like it's so linear that that it's point A to point B and that's it.
Yeah, and sometimes there's one-way paths and stuff that make things a little tricky. Like in the vending machine maze, some of the descriptions are twisting maze of little, twisting maze of little, little maze of twisty, twisty little maze, maze of little twisty, maze of twisty little. I mean, just slight variants.
Too funny. Thank you so much. And hi, Mike Cade. Thank you. I really appreciate you timing out and banning our friend the bot. Okay. So, yeah. So we just want to show this is the only time that you see this screen. And so it was a you could see he was very excited, and he did quite a bit of stuff. So
yeah. And as mentioned, it's not the first game I've done Mac ports. I've done a whole bunch of Mac ports for Adventure Game Studio based games. I think one of the first ones I did was for the Crimson Diamond, and I've done a number for Infamous Quests and Famous Adventures for their Sierra remakes like Space Quest 2 and King's Quest 3, and then the other games like Order of the Thorn and Quest for Infamy. There have been another number of other games I've also done ports for. There was Stair Quest. There already was a Mac version, but it was using Wine, so it was a really bloated version, and so I did an update and shrunk it down to more reasonable, about 30 megabytes in size. So it's just been a lot of fun being able to combine my love of Macintosh and adventure games and being able to help out the community in a certain way. Yeah, I even got like a book for the Quest for Infamy, and I think we maybe played a little bit, or maybe I played it on the own or something.
I have not played Quest for Infamy.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of Heroine's Quest lately, which is another one of those very Quest for Glory like games, and definitely liking Heroine's Quest. They really got the vibe of Quest Glory get down pretty well.
I think the important thing you also need to understand, especially if you're not exposed to this, is that this game is not your typical Sierra King's Quest. It was, and so I'm glad that they stayed true to the text adventure. It wouldn't have made a lot of sense if they had like done like the menu the way that they did with the Sierra games and stuff like that. So without further ado, let's press next and let's go ahead. And of course, Metal Jesus Rocks.
Metal Jesus Rocks. I watched a review he did.
He didn't
recently
play the game prior, so I don't think he quite got the nostalgia that the rest of us got from playing the text adventure.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, and I have my King Graham, save early, save often. It applies here as well. But this
Yes.
is where it all pretty much began. And you'll
Yep.
see some of the influences of those early Sierra games as well. And I mean, same with
You can do
like
the
things like
instructions
Wizard
too.
and the Princess. You see sometimes it's called King's Quest Zero, and you see a lot of that similar type vibe of you're collecting treasures, you're trying to get past obstacles. There's somebody that steals your stuff, and you try to get it back. So, do you want to see instructions?
Just go ahead and show the instructions because then you
Somewhere
know how it runs
nearby
on the PC.
is Colossal
You need more-
Cave.
yeah, the PC.
where others have found fortunes in treasure and gold. It is rumored that some who enter are never to be seen again, and magic is said to permeate the cave. I know of places, actions, and things. Take me with you, and I will be your eyes and hands. Keep watch on your compass. It will guide you through the cave. I know of a few special objects, such as a black rod hidden in the cave. Take these objects and carry them in your inventory, which will show you the items you're carrying. Some objects have side effects. For instance, the rod scares the bird, and usually people unsuccessfully manipulating an object are attempting something beyond their or my capabilities, and should try a different tack.
The voice kind of reminds me of what's that game? It's like this guy, he's just poking at the keyboard at the beginning, and you're wandering around.
Oh, you mean like the Stanley Parable
Stanley
guy?
Parable, yes.
Okay.
Take heed that cave passages turn often, and realize that exiting one room to the north does not always guarantee entering
Yep,
the
Stanley
next from the
Parable.
south. And just because you enter a room one time without issue does not mean that you won't be rechanneled
I think this
elsewhere
guy's
the
supposed to be a little
next.
bit nicer.
To get full credit for a treasure, you must leave it safely in the little building, though you do get partial credit for just locating the treasure. Points get lost for getting killed, or for quitting, though the former costs you more. Also, points are based on how much of the cave you've managed to explore. There is a large bonus just for penetrating the deeper cave, distinguishing the beginners from the rest of the pack.
Hi, Medicine Hat. Welcome in. Happy Sunday to you as well. Excuse me.
Yeah, it is a little vague that you just sort of go in and just start wandering around. I guess there's sort of that mist type of element as well.
Well, that's
But
I was kind of surprised how
you're
well
on an
you
island. Figure
have
out what to do.
liked this so far
There are
because
other
of
ways
the
to
mist.
determine whether you've survived some of the
But-
more harrowing sections. And if you think you've found all the treasures, just keep exploring for a while.
You turn it just
There's
a
more
little
to
bit.
discover.
My ears are.
Occasionally, I may offer hints if you seem to be having trouble. If I do, I'll warn you in advance how much it will cost your score to accept the hints. Good luck.
I haven't seen anything with hints, but maybe that
Good
helps
luck,
if you really want
Chad.
around.
We're all counting on you. We really are counting on you because we don't want to get lost in the cave.
Yes.
Okay. There we go.
You are standing at the end of a road
Ah,
before a small
yeah.
brick building. Around you is a
Hang on a
forest.
second.
A small stream flows out of the building and down a gully.
Okay, just a second. Silver Streak, I feel like people's time in the mist is greatly impacted by whether they find the imaging room early on or not.
I'm going to guess I did not.
He really doesn't like the
I
mist.
did not. Jason Mesker. Thank you. I
Which
did
is-
not. Yeah, I did not care for Myst because for me, I was spoiled by Sierra games. So in adventure games, I expect there to be like characters and plot and being able to carry more than one item at a time. At least in the Windows version I played of Myst, it was like you could only carry one object or something, and the interface was trying to, I think, use some Windows API, and it was clunky, and I just didn't care for it at all. And it just felt like go around and poke at stuff, and then it became kind of, oh, this sold 1 million copies, and then Sierra started trying to kind of follow after that with Shivers and other things like that. I think I had Shivers too, and that felt similar, that you go around and find just puzzles and try to poke and figure them out or something like that.
See, I would be one more that would be willing to do the mist. So it's hi, Cinemasker, welcome in, and I hope everything's going okay in your part of the world. And feel free to talk if you choose, or just sit back and lurk and check out this amazing game. Yep, one page only at a time, and I can understand why that would be frustrating. And then robots. Oh, interesting. I went from Sierra to Mist, but I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I just never got into it. I definitely know there's some people that really enjoy the world and the games. But for me, yeah, it was. If it maybe been like Myst and then Sierra Games or something, then maybe I wouldn't have minded it quite as much. But I actually we had a professor at our university that said she didn't like it. There was like she's just like tone deaf, and there was like a musical puzzle, and she's just like, I can't hear the tones. So yeah, when I first got in here, because we played the some of the text adventure game, and I actually even played some of this on my Mac SE. So I have a floppy emu, so I'm able to get like games onto my old Mac and stuff like that, and I actually played a little bit that way. And I actually made a text adventure RPG game, sort of in a Quest for Glory type fashion, and many years ago. And I think that had a better interface than the original adventure or Colossal Cave Adventure, because there were things that I was used to being able to say north, south, east, west, or look at stuff, and you're trying to do things and it doesn't know how to respond. And sometimes, I think even with like Mystery House, sometimes you want to be able to say go in a direction, but sometimes it's more of you're just saying go house, go door, or something like that. And that was just more the mindset of the time. But when I first tried playing this, I'm looking around and I'm like, I know there's generally supposed to be a couple items in here. Oh, here's a lantern.
There is a shiny brass lamp nearby.
And I knew there were supposed to be some keys. I'm like, where's the keys? Like, oh, okay, they're on the ground.
There are some keys on the
I
ground
really
here.
like the sound effects that they used in here. I was curious about the glowing light along the wall there. And so I was wondering, is that just
I think it was just a visual
graphical
glitch or something.
glitch?
It might
Okay.
just be like something.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just something going through.
Because
or
it
something
reminded
else.
me of
You
like
see
King's
rushing
Quest
water.
7. I was like, I don't think that's the interface that they, totally adopted. So
There is a bottle of water here. There is food here.
ooh, that looks pretty nice,
Yeah.
Nice big chunk of meat and some good old bread.
Just sitting there
And some paint
You're
if you want
inside
to
a
sniff
building,
paint
a
later.
wellhouse
Oh
for
wait,
large
what's
springs.
It looks like
like a-
thinner.
looks like a big bad
No,
day to stop.
it says
something with-
gloss on it.
Is it say Cygnus something? Cygnus.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised because isn't that
That's the name of.
the name of developers?
Yeah, Cygnus.
Yeah.
Is it
So
Cygnus
anyway.
boat gloss or something? I don't know.
It was definitely a glossy paint.
Something. So yeah, Cygnus.
Maybe it's a deck paint.
Yeah, Cygnus is the name of one of the Williams's boats or something.
Oh,
So that's where they named it Cygnus Entertainment.
gotcha. Very interesting.
And then when you see the logo, it's Cygnus, as in Cygnus the swan, the constellation.
Gotcha. Got it.
So yeah, we can look outside a little bit. And I mean, some people like they're griping a little bit about the graphics, but I think they look pretty good. I mean, I would say like, especially some of the environments, you could say like Skyrim quality. So
Yeah, the water could be
I think water looks pretty
done better. I don't know. I mean, some developers do water paint huffing simulator. That's what I said.
Good. When you graduated from paint from glue sniffing simulator,
Yeah. But I
You have
do
walked
like
up
the
a hill,
textures.
still in
I
the
like
forest.
the design of it.
there's subtitles. Yes.
Oh yeah, let's display them. It's a streamer's help.
You're
to
at a
have-
hill by the road.
There you go.
Yeah. Plus accessibility, it's great to have it. A nice accessibility tip why it's nice to have them playing for videos is there's a lot of cases people just don't have their audio on, and or if you're in a place that you can't hear, maybe you're on a train or something, and if you can't hear it well or you don't
True.
have headphones, then sometimes just having something like subtitles displaying is useful. Or sometimes maybe you're on a social media site, you don't want the audio playing right away, but
Sure.
it will be showing you here's.
I mean,
here's
Mike
the,
mutes
here's
me
the-
all the time.
Yeah.
Miss and Hat, how's everything going this week? How you feeling? Are you getting to feel a little bit better? Okay, so
The
this
grate
pretty
is
much
locked.
leads you then to here. There's
You can't
no,
go through a locked steel grate.
Only if you
Set
can
of
like
keys.
morph yourself
have
into like a
unlocked the gate.
paramedial or O's and like squeeze yourself through the gate.
Yeah. We are not a green slime or
Yep.
something. Yeah, there was Robot Spacer. Was it you
You're in a
mentioning you had
small
not?
chamber beneath a 3x3 steel grate to the surface. A low crawl over cobbles leads inwards to the west.
Robot Spacer, did you mention you had not played a rogue game before, or a rogue-like? My friend and I, we actually had it on his old Tandy 1000 and even managed to connect up a VCR and record it. And because it's very much of a just randomly generated dungeons and stuff like that, it's definitely easy that you can just die. And so you kind of wander around and stuff like that. And the version we played on the PC, so this would have been DOS, 2 or 3 or something. Your avatar was the little ASCII smiley face or something like that. So it was, nothing really complex. A slime was like the letter S. A T would be a troll or something. So it's just things along those lines.
Brass lantern. The lantern is now lit.
In a way, Diablo could be sort of a roguelike because it does have some of those randomly generated dungeons in a way. So.
Better, yes. I still got a cough that slowed me down some, but I can at least sit and be relatively comfortable this week. Last weekend was just constant discomfort, so I've got that at least. Well, that's
There's a
good. I'm
small
glad
wicker
you're feeling.
cage discarded nearby.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
I mean, there are certainly some aspects about playing the text game, but even this, even knowing certain things I'm looking for and wanting to do, I would get a little lost in trying to find
A
something.
3-foot black rod with a rusty star on an end lies nearby.
But there are some interesting aspects of seeing how this looks. I think it was, might have been Silver mentioning that the different way of how somebody's reimagining this versus how you might have been picturing in your head. Kind of like if you read a book and then somebody makes a movie or a TV show, and then you hear the voices or whatever, and you think, that's not how I would have thought that person would have sounded. Like, I think I saw a brief little bit of the Dilbert TV show, and when they gave Dilbert voice, I'm like, I don't know if that would be the voice I would have given him or something. I mean, unless it was something that you heard that a voice so early on, like with Garfield's voice, they had a cartoon probably not too many years after the comics started, so I grew up with that voice. So.
It says Zizzy.
Zizzy. And I love how Zizzy was used in Return to Monkey Island as well. Spoiler, sorry. So we saw some things like this in Wizard and the Princess as well, that would learn like these magic spells or these magic words. So once again, you see some of that influence of this game.
Black rod.
And one thing, this game probably could be called Inventory Quest because you can only carry
Black
like
rod.
7
Set
things
of keys.
at a time. And yes, you can fall off and die. Which that one maybe, and you can earn an achievement for that too, called breaking every bone in your body.
So Medicine Hat, it was interesting because Chad was actually attending a
Yes, I have fallen off.
Chad was attending his idol for music, like a master's kind of class. I mean, I don't know. It was sort of, I guess, but it was probably more just like a meet and greet online. So Mike and I
little
ended up
bird
playing
sitting here
Divinity instead, and of course, we did miss you. And Mike
Black
said,
rod.
"Mel, where's Medicine Hat?" And I said, "I don't know. I hope everything's okay."
Are you a nightingale?
A cheerful little bird is sitting here singing.
I think somebody was complaining about like.
Wicker cage.
Well, we'll get to it a bit.
Okay.
caught the bird.
You have
but
captured the
Makes
bird.
me think of King's Quest 2.
No, yeah, there's the PC achievements that just
Okay.
they just popped
Birdman.
up.
Yep, Birdman of the Cave. So there's 24 achievements. Some of them, it's you just have to do things wrong. There's a poor scene with a bear later on, or things like falling off a cliff and breaking your bones. So you'd have to play this game several times to be able to do everything. So
You're in a splendid chamber. The walls, frozen rivers of orange stone. An awkward canyon and a good passage exit from the east and west sides of this chamber. Beady eyes are watching you.
I feel like somebody's watching me. That's us with the cats. Laying on the bed and you're sleeping. All of a sudden you feel like, is somebody watching me?
Hey,
sure
At your
enough.
feet is
9
a small
o'clock.
pit
Ollie was
breathing
watching
traces of
me
mist.
in the
A
dark.
white mist,
Staring
usually
at me.
water, seen from time to time in caverns. It can be found anywhere. but
Ow.
is frequently a sign of a deep pit leading down to
my
water.
head- My head was hurting and I was just so uncomfortable, and all I've been able to type is "arg." Oh.
maybe
Yeah.
he was dying while writing it. You wouldn't write "og" if you're dying.
Yeah.
The thing I've seen with some different text versions of this game is there would be at times you go into a room like this one, like Hall of Mist or Stairs of Mist or things like that, and it would actually show it like at the top versus someplace that they wouldn't. Like in my game, text adventure game, Psychomancer, it would have something, okay, you go into a room and it would, tell you this is the name of the room you're in, tell you maybe which directions you can go, and any other Hall of Mists. So the Misty Pit Stairs. So open forest. There's not too much there. So
Yeah, it definitely helps.
upper cave,
How come it's already filling in all this?
because we already been there. See, there's the bird.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
See the
yeah.
Hall of Mist.
Yeah,
There's Zissy.
Okay,
The
I was
debris
looking
room.
down at my phone during that time.
Yeah. So Zizzy is you have several magic words, and they're used for transportation, which is nice. It makes me think a little bit of Diablo 1, that you eventually find like these extra staircases that'll take you back to town, and that's kind of your fast path back in a way. So that's a little like what you get with some of these secret words and stuff. So
That's a nice effect.
yeah, like I said, I think some of these scenes in the cave
Oh,
are
I
pretty
think,
nice
yeah,
looking.
the caves are definitely well
So
done.
some of the characters, there have been some comments like they thought it could have been better. But once again, it's because there's a VR version. And so maybe that'll be part of it. That'll change. So, hey, little dwarf.
The little dwarf.
Big chunk of gold.
Boom, and
What? 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 Yeah, I don't think those look bad.
yeah.
But some people are maybe hoping it would be better.
Thank you
There
for
is
the
a
work.
large, sparkling nugget of gold here.
That's large.
Oh,
You won't get it up the steps. And so I
Ah.
think that's the type of thing that they're giving you that hint.
that you
Yeah.
might have to do some alternate way
Yeah.
to get it up the steps.
So hence those, once again, those kind of little,
Those steps are unclimbable while carrying that heavy gold nugget.
You found the dwarf explosion vanish to be hilarious if
Yeah.
unexpected.
dwarves are highly combustible in this game. So maybe you can hire them to be the drummer for the Who or something like that, that spontaneously combust.
A little dwarf. Watch out!
Sophie.
Watch out! You missed. But I will take your axe, thank you. Wherever it went. Ah, there it is.
She's like, I'm not putting up with this baloney. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about trying to hold me, girl.
You're in the Hall of the Mountain King, with passages off in 5 directions.
There you go, Medicine Hat. I'm sure you
Enigmatic statues populate this
Cleverly.
grand space.
I just love it. It's a great little bit of
blip.
music.
A huge green fierce snake bars the way.
No, not a
Classic.
snake.
Classic King's Quest type of puzzle. You encounter a snake and you have to get past it. Think about it. You had at least, 3 different cases in King's Quest games you had to do something like that. So you had King's Quest 2, where you have to, this is definitely Moon logic, throw a bridle on the snake. And the thing that makes it tricky is that you do get a sword that even has an engraving of a snake on it. And I remember playing the game and I knew what to do, but my dad's standing behind us and recommends, he's being logical, so he recommends using the sword on the snake in King's Quest 2, which is, that's not the right idea. It works, it just makes the game very difficult later on when you don't get the magic sugar cube from the snake who turns into a Pegasus. And then, of course, in King's Quest 4, you have to get past a snake to get past to get to the magic fruit. And then King's Quest 5, you need to get past the snake to get, past essentially, to get out of Serenia. So, and then even Wizard and the Princess, there's a whole bunch of snakes and stuff like that. And,
So hang on, because we can save the game and try this out. Anyone who's played The Witness is probably having their eyes twitch involuntarily.
A
now.
huge green fierce snake bars the way.
I did play some of The Witness. That was an interesting puzzle game. Very
we can't
frustrating.
There's no tongue command, unfortunately, so we can't lick the snake.
Yep.
So as a joke, I used AGI Studio to tweak King's Quest 2 to be able to go over and say lick the snake, and so it would have Graham go over to the snake, say lick, and then do him choking death animation and dying, just to poke fun at the poisonous snake.
A huge green fierce snake bars the way.
Smart.
A little bird in a cage.
Poisonous versus venomous.
So I'm kind of wondering, they don't really say in the game what type of bird is this. This makes me think of the nightingale,
A little nightingale
in King's Quest 2, and I guess they had one in King's Quest 7 as well. So it maybe seems a little weird. Like, why would a little bird scare off a big snake? Where it does make a little more sense, at least in near the end of King's Quest 5, where you use a spell where you turn into a mongoose to fight the cobra. Like, okay, that makes sense if you've read Rikki Tikki Tavi. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Little bluebird.
The little bird attacks the green snake, and in an astounding flurry, drives the snake away.
Yes, Medicine Hat. Charming the snake.
Oh, poisonous snake.
There is a small wicker cage discarded nearby.
Oh, no, King Graham.
Not sure if we need this
Not
later
a
on or
poisonous
not, but-
snake.
Oh.
We can't go there.
There are bars of silver here.
You got silver. We got money going all over the place.
It says,
I
why
love it.
two?
I love our king. I love your little Cedric. That's
awesome. I'm thinking of when Betty White did that, it was just like a fun little gift type thing. So
What was I played the other day and I had an owl? Oh, Huron's Quest has an owl in it that's similar to Cedric. And even has like a rough callback to the King's Quest 5.
The shadowy figure seems to be trying to attract your attention.
Freddy is calling for us.
is this the G-Man from Half-Life?
No, it looks like Freddy.
The shadowy
It's
figure seems to be trying to
Claus.
attract your attention.
One,
Nothing
two,
happens.
Freddy's coming for you.
So let's see. Yeah, this is a little annoying that
Kind of like the G-Man.
yeah. This is a little annoying that in the text game, I think you hear or you get the extra magic
It says,
word here.
why two?
And I think this is you have to leave and then come back or something until it finally triggers. I'm not sure if I need the cage again. I'm getting kind of full up. So I'm going to wait until I finally get this There we go.
You hear the word Plu.
Yeah. When I played this before, I think I had to leave and I went off to this little room over here. So, but let us pick this back up. Oh yeah, some things are easy to miss. Like, oh, okay, here's a hole down here.
You're in a low north-south passage at a hole in the floor. The hole goes down to an east-west passage.
Where does this hole go? It goes down.
Blow.
Like somebody's.
Wick Plu. Plu. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
I love that.
I thought you might like that mess, Nat.
Cheers to King's Quest 6.
You're back in the well house. Bars of silver. Set of keys.
I think I'm gonna.
Do you no longer need the keys?
Not at the
Wick
moment.
Black rod. Large gold nugget.
I think some of these right now I'm gonna come
Wicker
back
cage.
later. So,
Love it. Right on the key.
well, I don't know. Can we go over here and place it? Or
Wicker cage.
That
okay, it's
works.
a little more random. So some of the things once you get the treasure. So we have 76 points now. So we have some of these things. I'm gonna go. Eventually, we're gonna need the water and the meat, but I don't think we're there just yet. So
Well, if nothing else, this means we can trade our map for a ring when we're done.
yes, I think they're. Oh, I think they're from. Seems I haven't found it yet. I think is a gigantic oyster and a
Clue.
pearl you have to get or something like that.
Clue.
One of the treasures. So it makes me think of
You feel a strange
games like,
pulling sensation.
Things like that where you're trying to get the pearl from this sleepy oyster in or clam or whatever it is in King's Quest 6.
You're back in the Y2 room.
I was kind of wondering why is it called Y2, but I'm going to guess things, some of the other names like Swiss cheese room, bed quilt is probably just named off of actual caves, rooms, places in some of the actual, whether there's the Mammoth Caves or other similar ones in that area. So, so we can take a look at the map, and we have filled out a little more of it. So.
Are you gonna sabe the game? Okay.
And a nice amount of save games, which is useful because there's cases where you can die because there's these dwarves that just randomly pop out.
Oh, some coins.
Yes, we will want those later on. Okay, and let's see.
I'm gonna take off in case you figure out anything we haven't yet. Have a great Sunday.
Well, thank you for stopping by.
Yes, thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah.
We appreciate
Don't
all
know
the
if it'll
support
be
for the channel.
far ahead of where you played. You and Silver put in a fair amount, in addition to what you've done on the text version.
Well,
But there are some just different areas and kind of how you wander around and stuff like that. Like there's some things like I found a dragon fairly early, and I was reading looking at a bit of a walkthrough, and it was recommending doing that later. I'm like, nah, I already got to that. But
This is a dead end. You see a sturdy ladder.
see where this one goes to. Looks like little stones fall every once in a while.
You're at the west end of a long, featureless hall. The hall joins up with a narrow north-south passage.
Where you get these little things of dust just suddenly fall down. It's like, oh, that's kind of neat. Junction crossover. Yeah, some of this, like, so many different directions to be able to go and stuff. And it's like, oh no, where do I want to go? Ah, here's the
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all different.
all different maze, different.
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all different.
So let's see if we can
Is this
find the. So
this is the vending machine maze?
yeah. So
A maze of twisty little passages.
yeah.
No.
You're in a
I don't know,
maze of
maybe.
twisty little passages, all different.
Twisty little passages.
See right here? This is the start of it.
Maze of.
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all different.
Okay. West end of Long Hall. Okay, that's showing. Okay, that's saying down. Okay, so if we go down, this should probably take us back. I hope. We have a pencil up here. If not, I'll go get one real quick.
A pencil, probably behind, right next to you in that pencil case.
Okay, yeah, that's where it takes us back. Okay, cool.
Is the passage back to it gone now? Like the ladder disappeared as well.
So start. Okay, so that's what takes you there, and you want to get to the vending machine.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like. Okay, so J. Okay, let's do southwest. Love having that compass up there. That's great. Can we fall? Okay, we can't just fall in and break our bones.
Well, that's a good thing.
You're in a maze of twisty little
I thought you were
passages,
going to go
all
southwest.
different.
I guess not southwest right there. That's west.
Okay, let's try this one.
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all different. One ladder goes up, another goes down. You're in a little maze of twisty passages, all different.
Little maze of twisty. Okay, yeah. Okay, and let's go. It's showing F southeast.
You know, I didn't envision this kind of room.
Yeah, I think somebody else
Um,
had mentioned that. Probably not what you would be thinking, but
You are in a little maze of twisting
I
passages,
mean, it works.
all different.
I just was thinking more of a large cave room and lots of passages going off the sides here. But
yeah. Well, it's some of it's the difference of what would other people imagine. I love this Colossal alkaline.
There is a massive vending machine here. The instructions on it read, drop coins here to receive fresh batteries.
okay.
And notice it's hard to see. There we go. It's the Cygnus Entertainment logo.
I see it. Yeah.
Rare coins.
So put that in the. If you didn't have the map, though, it probably would make for a very interesting, a lot of trial and error. Batteries not included.
Batteries.
Colossal. I think you do not get full points if you buy
There is a massive vending machine here.
batteries.
The instructions on it read, drop coins here to receive fresh batteries.
Oh, you don't get full points if you put the coins in for the batteries?
Yeah.
So somewhere along the path there is the batteries that you can find. This is like batteries.
No, I think this is the only place, but okay, J. Okay, go back north.
You're in a little maze of twisty passages, all different.
Little maze of twisty.
Okay.
Okay, and then B is okay, northwest. Okay,
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all different.
So now you're back, right?
yeah. I'm not sure what's with the whole going up and down, or just
Was there
takes you
more
other
there?
places,
Maybe the
but-
batteries are somewhere like along the path that you didn't try.
Well, I mean that's where you go, but I mean that's like okay, cool. that was awesome. So yeah, and if we go back in there real quick, I guess we'll see if they map anything out or not. Oh, a little bit.
Well, imagine it's if you
Everything looks the
actually.
same. Where am I?
I was thinking that perhaps you take those paths and see if it fills in.
That is useless right now. That won't work here.
What? I just. Okay, just kind of curious. Which one does it take you to?
You're in a twisty little maze of passages, all different.
Twisty little maze. Twisty little maze. Fortunately, this one kind of shows you like, okay, here's a route. And I think this might be another.
But
potential
imagine.
route, so it looks like there might be actually several different routes you could take. But
Yeah, imagine. Yeah, I mean, you can try the other routes. If you want to. Just for a challenge.
yeah, okay.
Try a
so
different
let's try
route.
that. Northeast.
See if you get there.
You're in a little maze of twisty passages, all different.
A little maze of twisty. Little maze of twisty paths.
And it would be like that one.
Let's go. Okay, B northwest.
Okay.
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all different.
Okay, well, let's see what happens if we try to go to. Okay, so E would be northeast.
I just remember us doing this puzzle and getting lost.
I think it was the pirate one.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there's like two mazes, two big mazes. So. Okay, is this twisting maze of little?
You are in a twisting maze of little passages, all different.
Okay.
This one you almost expect the alien to come out at you.
Yeah, there's a xenomorph or something, you know.
You are in a little maze of twisting passages, all different.
Okay, yeah. And then go south again.
Did
Okay.
you ride to the vending machine?
Nope.
So there were definitely two
Okay, yeah, at least two paths. So,
two different paths.
let's go.
It seems like there were some that would get you totally lost.
Okay,
You are in a twisting maze of little passages, all different.
okay, and then coming back, it looks like going up. Yeah, I mean, how confusing is that? So, in this one, it's showing that we actually went down the stairs or something. So.
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all different.
Yeah, we just went up some stairs.
Wait a minute, we went up the stairs. We're going down the stairs again? Oh, wait a minute. Okay,
See?
let me back in
I mean,
the
how,
day.
how confusing is that? We just went up the stairs and then down, and it's not necessarily the same one. And they do warn you, but
Interesting.
that does make things kind of frustrating. Like, okay, if I just came in that particular direction.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, was there a bunch of other stuff back here? Love how the you can run and there's just the shift key. It'll be interesting to see how many people then go back and try playing Plug.
Dave Medicine Hat, I don't think you were here to hear the news. Chad was asked to consult on this game, so he did and worked with the Williams and the team to advise and give suggestions about the Mac port. And yep, this is why I must vanish for the same reason as RoboSpacer. Have a rad evening. Well, thank you so much, Silver Streak, and thank you once again for the follow.
Yep, thank you very much. Also, hope you have fun and continue playing as well.
Absolutely.
So
good luck.
we're just going to wander around and explore and have a good time and hopefully not die.
Yep, that's exactly. And thank you so much for
You see
coming
a sturdy
in
ladder.
to check out our
This might
stream.
go into, oh, okay, yep. And here's the other side. Yeah, more treasure nearby.
So yeah, it was for him. Medicine Hat. It was just like the pinnacle to get an email from Ken Williams talking to him about the game and
There are
his
diamonds
role and
here.
stuff like that. We couldn't tell any. We decided we did. It wasn't that we couldn't. We just decided not to give any heads up about that. That's been going on for a while now.
Yeah. I mean, what
And
if
it
something
was-
didn't work out anyway
Yeah,
or
and
something like that? You don't
yeah.
want, and especially gamers can be so fickle. Like I
Yeah.
even saw somebody. I think they were showing some kid playing Switch version, and somebody was grumbling about why there were no betas for the Switch sent out, and it's kind of like.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
was,
nothing that I had, but I didn't even know that there was going to be any Switch betas, which is cool. But yeah, it's people can get grumbly about things.
We just decided it would be better not to, and we would just do it like this. So we just basically, when the game came out, Chad was finally able to tell the rest of the family and share it on his Facebook, and then I shared it in Discord, and then of course playing the game today. But he does have credit in the
You're in a
credits
maze of
for
pristine
being a
little
Mac
passages,
consultant
all
on this
alike.
game.
Now this one is all alike. So if you look at the map, maze alike,
Yeah.
maze different. Oh, and here we saw the other rooms, but this one says maze alike versus maze different.
So now we got to find the maze alike.
Well, this one we don't have to do, but I think this is the one we got
Lost.
got lost in, and
And this
yeah,
is the pirate maze.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of different ways, and
Oh,
sometimes you go in a certain
yeah.
direction and it takes you somewhere else, and just weirdness.
And I
with
think
that,
we
so.
got killed there too.
I think we
If
maybe
remember right.
just quit or something like that. I think we were like, nah, we're done. So
Well, he was. I'm never done.
okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So yeah, those two mazes are fairly close together. I've definitely seen some people playing for at least 4 or 5 hours and have not completed this. I think some people mentioned completing it in as short as maybe 3 hours or 5 hours. I definitely could imagine someone speed running the game.
Oh, I'm sure.
So there's 2 ways.
There must be a way to cross this fissure.
Well, we took the roundabout way, but
The Black Rod. A crystal bridge spans the fissure.
bridge builder.
Ta-da!
So yeah. Anyway, following upon that picture of like it was like a 10-year-old kid playing this game on the Switch, it'll be interesting to see how many people go back and actually try to play the adventure game or the original text game. And I know I did. And I probably had played a little bit, in the past or something like that. But I think for myself, and I think for a lot of people, even those who have grown up with like Sierra games and stuff, they probably didn't play this original one, because if so, it would have been rare to have been playing on, you know, computers in the 70s or something like that. You know, I've read an account of one person talking about his dad would bring home a dummy terminal over the weekend, and then that's how he'd play it, and they would connect up to, you know, some server somewhere, you know, which would have been probably pretty limited at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Sure.
how much stuff do we, okay, we still have 2. So even some of the reviews, like the one by Metal Jesus Rocks, it sounded like he hadn't really played the original, and so he was commenting about how some of the logic was a little off, and you know, some of that's like, that's just the game. That's how it was originally done. Ooh, cool.
Could that be the ancient Mountain King?
Huh, I don't think I found that in the other times.
Could that be the ancient Mountain King?
Easy to find. Tickle, tickle.
Don't disturb the dead.
Okay, tomb room.
You're in a secret canyon which runs east and west.
Oh,
It
yeah.
crosses over a
okay.
very
I
tight
remember
canyon
this
15
part.
feet below. If you go down, you may not be able to get back up.
Is going down like the only option? Because I've seen going down, and I was wondering, can you go forward?
You can get around. At first, when I was playing this a few days ago,
Yeah.
I went down. I say before I went down, and
Yeah.
I went down there, and then I couldn't figure out how to get back up. I'm like, oh no, maybe I'm stuck, and you just have to go around a little more, and you can get back up. But let's go over here, and then we'll go down when we come back.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not fall off, and die.
That's a good idea. Can you die?
Yeah. Oh yeah, if you fall off.
Okay.
You are above a tall east-west canyon. You see an immense passage to the west.
So if you would be down there and you can't get up,
Right.
you unfortunately can't climb. So
Oh, yeah.
An immense passage looms to the west.
all they painted his nails. Oh, nice.
Oh, they did.
These engravings are beautiful and enigmatic. You briefly wonder who created them.
Then you stop wondering.
Watch out! A huge dragon snoozes
Ah,
atop
yeah,
a beautiful
yeah,
Persian rug.
Okay. That's right.
The dragon is sprawled out on a Persian rug. There is a Persian rug here.
It's like a big kitty cat.
A huge green fierce dragon bars the way. A huge green fierce dragon bars the way.
Let's admire this dragon.
Your ass is mine, boy.
This reminds me of this actually reminds me of a AR project I did 5-6 years ago. It was when ARKit was just first coming out for iOS, and I just found a model for a dragon that you could tap on it and move and walk and
The
stuff.
dragon looks rather nasty. You'd best not try to get by.
Don't
Attack
pet
a
it.
dragon with your bare hands. Someone reckless would try that. Congratulations. You just vanquished a dragon with your bare hands. Unbelievable, isn't it?
St. George's. That's great.
Is there another way to deal
There's
with
no
the
use
dragon?
for that here.
That's what you do. You punch the dragon out.
Reckless is my middle name. Here we go.
You don't want to beat a defeated dragon.
That's
It's
Mrs.
had a hard
Reckless
enough
to
day
you,
as it is.
Matt.
Let's just assume you knocked it out. This isn't some horrible King's Quest 1 thing where you can actually kill the dragon.
A huge defeated dragon is lying off to one side.
It's not ideal path, but
He probably just got cold cocked. Maybe you got caught off guard.
That's a crazy light. Some dimwit cobbled that contraption together.
So don't touch it.
I can't promise anything. Secret Canyon. There you got this.
This is a lake of fresh water.
I originally,
coal.
when I saw that on
Don't
the
dirty your
Mac
hands with it.
version, I thought
Nothing
it was
happens.
the hole in
Oh,
the
okay.
boat. Now it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
I mean,
that's gonna be great.
I keep thinking something like that. I
Yes.
found some oily water at one point, so I'm kind of wondering if we take some oil, put it on here, we set this thing on fire, have a Viking funeral.
Maybe that probably is not up to code, Medicine Hat.
Yeah,
probably not.
but I don't know if they're gonna.
Hey,
try that.
Mike, Kate, thank you so much for earlier and the congratulations. Also, I'm not sure, but if you're lurking, hopefully you've had a good morning and we had a pretty good breakfast. I made eggs and egg whites, scrambled eggs
Reservoir.
whites for them, and we made bacon, and I also made a apple fritters, if you will, for breakfast.
So there was. Okay, let's. So you can get around the dragon without having to knock it out, but you do need to get that.
There is a threatening dwarf. A sharp knife is thrown. It Persian dwarf's axe. You have vanquished a little dwarf.
Don't you feel great, you know? You have vanquished a dwarf and you got your axe back.
There's one. Somebody said there are 7 dwarves in the game.
Ha ha ha. So which one did you just kill, Sleevey?
So let's. Okay, now we can't get back up. Then it gets all dead end down there.
Yeah,
sometimes
unless you're
there's cracks that you can sort of
You cannot hoist
Unless you're
yourself up there.
primordial
It's
ooze.
too high and steep.
maybe steep. It doesn't look like it's that high though.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, I'd be shimming up there. Oh, well, yeah, but you want to find this guy.
Oh,
What? Some of the
that's all.
dwarves are, just call him non-aggressive.
The wide steps are blocked by a mass of boulders.
Yeah.
How curious.
That's a pretty cool view.
Seems to be an ancient carving of a dragon.
So this is down.
So they
here.
did recommend doing the downward one before you go to the dragon, or no?
You can get around. I did
Yeah.
find out, like, okay. Well, I mean, it was nice having that dwarf kind of walk in that direction, like, okay. Swiss cheese room.
You are in a room in which the walls resemble Swiss cheese. Obvious passages go west, east, south, northeast, and northwest. Part of the room is occupied by a large bedrock block.
I always thought to myself that taking
just a
some of
rock.
these older
Nothing
text
interesting.
games
That won't work here.
could be done again in a newer model. Swiss cheese room. I do like the auto map. I think that's a nice feature. Didn't they do that with some of the Zork games?
Maybe?
I think so. Didn't Nate the Great play Zork? I think so.
I mean, I played a little bit of Zork. I remember, I think I climbed it up like a chimney or something, got eaten by a grue.
We also said, I mean,
You're in
I imagine it.
Bedquilt, a long east-west passage with holes everywhere.
I imagine it comes down to who owns the IP of those.
You see
old
a sturdy
games.
ladder. You're in
But to
Bedquilt,
take that,
a long
take
east-west
that
passage
theory
with
and
holes everywhere.
reimagine it so
You're in
that
Bedquilt.
the game.
There are
Think about
holes
this way,
everywhere.
Madison Hat. You watched us play the text parser game. Now you're seeing it come to life, and there's something quite different and kind of thrilling about seeing it. Some of the rooms aren't how I imagined, but still,
It's somebody's interpretation.
it is left up to, and it's subjectively left up to interpretation.
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage.
Okay.
Because I think most, right, but on the whole, I like it. Nice. I think about like a lot of us old school started
You've crawled
with
around
text
in some little
adventures.
holes and wound up back in the main passage.
I can remember playing one on the Amiga, and getting lost and never really ever getting to solve it completely.
Yeah, this looks like new construction.
But it's interesting that there's dwarves and all that stuff down here, and yet there's new construction and modern day stuff.
Six cement.
You are in an anteroom leading to a large passage to the east. Small passages go west and up.
So
The
it
remnants
kind
of
of
recent digging are evident.
it's kind of lost the what's the dwarf doing
Looks
there?
like the Wit
Are they
Construction
building
Company,
furniture?
whoever they are building something.
I guess this is Sleepy.
what?
Actually.
Whoa.
Construction beyond this point.
Wit Construction. There's a place called Wit's End somewhere in the game.
Yeah, so that kind of does make it look
You're in a passage.
It loses the medieval feel of that game.
Oh my. What was that?
What was that?
Oh, there it is, Wit's End. Yeah, it shows it. Wit's End. Okay, this is probably another maze. Let's come back to this later.
You've crawled around in some little holes and found your way blocked by a recent cave-in. You're now back in the main passage.
Oh no.
You need to be a little closer to climb that.
Guess you're going down there anyway, huh?
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage.
You know what I kind of expect to see down here? I expect to see a bunch of dying light
You're
people.
at wit's end. Passages lead off in all directions. You're at wit's end. You're at wit's end.
What are those things called,
You're at
Miss
wit's
Hat,
end.
that are in
Passages lead off in all
volatiles, you know?
See if we have a map for Wit's End.
And I do think it's interesting that it seems easier to play it when it's visual versus when you have to think north, south, east, and west, as far as even like your mind is like playing tricks on you. We're doing the same thing. You're choosing a path, and for some reason, it just seems to make more sense. Wit's End.
Oh, okay. It's showing magazine. Okay. Looks like kind of northeast or something. Let's try this passage.
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage.
So that doesn't get you anywhere.
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage.
We're still at the wit's end,
You've
right?
crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and found your way blocked by a recent cave-in. You're now back in the main passage.
Oh, that's different.
You're at wit's end. You're at wit's end.
Aptly named. You be lost. That would be the new name of the place.
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes
Maybe
and
all
found
you
your way
can do is
blocked by
go
a
down
recent
the
cave-in.
elevator. I mean, down
You're now
down
back
the
in the main
stairs.
passage. You need to be a little closer to climb that.
Maybe that's the whole purpose of that, is you're not going to go anywhere else.
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main
And then
passage.
take the northeast here instead.
You've crawled
Nope.
around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and found your way blocked by a recent cave-in. You're now back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. If you need help getting out of here, I can give you a hint, but it will cost you 3 points. If you want the hint, touch the glow at the west
Don't
passage,
touch
but
it.
hurry before it disappears.
Don't
Okay.
touch it. Don't touch it. You can figure this out. Can you go down the ladder again? Or are we at the bottom?
You need to be a little closer to climb that.
What, Sophie?
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage.
So this is like three
You need
levels
to be a little closer
of
to
the
climb that.
same thing, right?
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back
I
in the
wonder
main
if you kept
passage.
going up, if it's just infinity.
Seems like another one of these cases, so.
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage.
Too funny.
You've crawled around in some little holes and found your way blocked by a recent cave-in.
See, that's
You're
what
now
it
back
is.
in the main passage.
That's what it is. That's why it's called at wit's end, because it's gonna push you.
You've crawled around in some little holes and found your way blocked by a recent cave-in.
Sophie,
You're now back in the main passage.
come here, girl. Come here. Well, come here. Got a toy down there she's playing with. I don't like her right by the electrical, though.
I'm trying to figure out what's up with the. It's like little numbers, but I'm trying to figure out if that's supposed
You
to
fool
take you to
around
places or
long
something.
enough. Oh, okay.
Maybe
Is it
there's-
page
let's see if there's
22?
something. Oh, okay, maybe it's further notes back here. Oh, okay. More notes back here.
Hey, hey, get out of that. Drop magazine and wits ends for a point and get out by entering all different directions except north. I don't know. I think they might have modified that one.
Okay, well, let's try it. So it's saying everything except
Except north.
How you're...
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main. You've crawled around in some little holes and found your way blocked by a recent cave-in. You're now back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You need to be a little closer to climb that.
I could see this
You've
being
crawled
a
around in some little
VR,
holes and wound up
definitely.
back in the main passage.
Well, how did that change for you going up, going down?
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You managed to escape Wit's End.
You got it! Yay! All right, we're out of here. It's Miller time. You might want to save. Oh my gosh. Did you load?
No, it's just...
Did you save?
No, that was over the...
You see a sturdy ladder.
Showing something like potentially go up. Did I miss something?
Well, there's that ladder right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, did we already...
I
yeah,
do
then we already
like
go
that
up
the
this.
dwarfs are so progressive that they have these fancy ladders. Oh, look at this.
Oh,
The pearl,
There is an enormous clam
a
here.
clam.
Its
Okay.
shell is tightly closed.
yeah, we don't have what we need yet.
It is too big and heavy to carry. Dwarf's axe. The axe is too small to open this large clam.
Okay, that's cool. I've not seen that. Shell room. Cool. So there's definitely a lot of places to live, which makes things kind of fun, just wandering around. And
This is an old coral passage. It's now blocked by debris. This is an old coral passage. It's now blocked by debris.
kind of questioning if
This is an old coral passage.
is how things
It's
would
now
actually
blocked, but-
work or not, but
Mm-hmm.
arched hall.
There is an enormous clam here. Its shell is tightly closed.
What was the other path?
Okay. Junction.
Junction. What's your function?
You're in a passage.
Oh, okay.
Take it in. I can't say it. Inspire me, pushing out babies. Thank you, Game Grumps.
No, I think that was Family Guy did that once.
No, it was Game Grumps. That's where I heard it from.
There are cracks everywhere, but you may
Danny
be able to
sings
slip
it.
through this one.
Unless it decide like, nah, we think it's too much stuff. Let's see.
You stumble around in the dark and seem to have returned where you started.
Okay. I do love the uniqueness of the art, though, and I think it definitely works. I'm skeptical about the new looking ladders and all the wood down there and stuff, but I'm trying to remain adaptable.
The stream enters through a 2-inch slit. You don't fit through a 2-inch slit.
You're not fitting through a 2-inch slit in any
Maybe
place.
you need water or something.
Well, maybe you need a bottle of water.
You need to be a little closer to climb that.
Seriously, I mean, what do you think, that you're gonna like stand a foot away from a ladder and get up it?
Just jump.
It makes sense.
Oh, okay. Boom. Let's see what we have. It's a great time to
Do
head
a
back.
plow.
Plew.
A plew.
Plew. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
Never gets old.
Still funny.
You're back in the well house.
All right, drop off some treasure. A Persian rug.
Precious jewelry. Several
And
diamonds.
Diamonds. It was a heck of a haul today in the old caves. It seems it would have been better if the wood was not brand new. You know, if the wood was more like...
In a lot of places it is, but I mean, some of them may be making jokes of wit's end and the wit's construction and stuff like that. So
Black rod.
I'll drop that for right now. So not sure if we need some of these things again, but okay, 118.
Plew.
Moving it right along.
Plew. You feel a strange pulling
I don't know who that
sensation.
is.
That's my other computer's name.
Oh.
Calte.
You're back in the Y2 room.
Play a little bit. I'm going to
You want me
get
to
some
play?
bread or water out.
Do not blame me if we get lost, all right? I'm serious.
Maybe you can fit through this small crack. Maybe you can fit through this small crack.
I don't even know how to touch anything.
You're in a large room with a passage to the south. You're in a large room. You're in a large room with 3
Is it west? Okay, there we go. I was like, what is it? Okay. Well, we aren't fitting through that crack. I know. I know, my Kate. You're not fitting through a 2-inch crack. And I tried not to say anything disrespectful. Oh, too funny. Tab is tab your map? No, tab is your inventory. M for map. All right. Oh, looks like I guess I go south. Conjunction.
You're in a large room
What's
with a passage to the south, a passage to the west, and a wall of broken rock to the east.
Don't blame me, Chad. I'm serious, Mike. That's like, don't blame me, Chad, if we get like lost or something in here, because I get. My dad used to say I get lost in a paper bag.
Enigmatic statues populate this grand space.
Enigmatic, puzzling statues.
You're in the Hall of the Mountain King.
The Hall
with
of the
passages
Mountain.
You're in the Hall of the Mountain King.
Awesome. I made it to the Hall of the Mountain King.
Enigmatic statues populate this grand space. You're in the Hall of the Mountain King, with enigmatic statues populate this grand space.
I was telling Mess, I think it was Mess and Hat probably. It was only about an hour ago, that I expected to see like some volatiles or something like that. In some of it. But this is definitely more okay, so this is the grave of the Mountain King.
Could that be the ancient Mountain King?
Could be.
You are in the south side of the Hall of the Mountain King.
Yeah, dying light on the mind. Well, though, some of the places it just felt like that's what it should be. I wonder if you could have used a game controller on this too, because we didn't even see that. If we could. You were in a vast cavern. And in that kind of game, my Cade. It's now the new generation of cave crawling.
This is an altar. A place perhaps of ancient rituals. A statue of a serpent has broken into several pieces here. You're in the west side of the Hall of the Mountain King. You see a passage to the west.
Did you ever play text adventures when you were young, Mike? Because that's what this is. It's a a text adventure game. Like I told Chad, don't blame me if we get lost, all right? Crossover Junction, that's where I am.
These seem to be mining tunnels. These seem to be mining
Those
tunnels.
seem to be barrels. I didn't have a PC till I was in my late teens to early 20s. So no, not even in school, like in a school computer.
These seem to be mining tunnels. These seem to be mining tunnels.
I had a friend when I was in Germany that owned an Amiga. And so they had text adventures on them. And so I would play. Yeah, I think every school had Oregon Trail.
You are at a crossover of a high north-south passage and a low east-west one. You are at a crossover of a high north-south passage and a low east-west one.
But like I said, and you know it's funny, we've never played Oregon Trail on the
You are at a
stream.
crossover of a
But I
high
think it's,
north-south passage
you know, we've
and a low
done
east-west
it.
one.
You think Oregon Trail is boring as fuck? I always killed my people. I always got dysentery, or like crossing the very first river, you know, out of, you know, after you had gotten all your supplies. I always drowned the entire crew. It's like it was unbearable.
You are at a crossover of a high north-south passage and a low east-west one.
I think it was Nate the Great who picked up an Oregon Trail game. Okay, like I said, don't blame me if we are lost, because I don't know your plan. Oh, I thought that was a banana. I was like, man, that's a nasty looking banana. You want to eat that, really? Okay.
No, that's what you wanted.
Feel free to take it away. Ooh, and the Nutella would have been good on it, though.
You want to go take yours down?
My body says I probably should just have butter. At least my doctor does. I was never a fan of Text Adventures. Shadowgate, Uninvited, Deja Vu are the only ones I like.
Yeah, I mean, those did have graphics, and I did actually play a little bit of Shadowgate on my Mac SE not too long ago, because I was been playing some games on the Playdate that have very much that kind of a vibe to them. And so I played a little bit of Shadowgate, but even that's also another kind of brutal game, because it's pretty much the second room you get in, your torches go out, so you needed to make sure you grab the other torches and light them before your main one went out. I'm like, really? And just even other things like, you know, try like, oh, I can't go anywhere. Oh, did you not find the key on the very first screen? Okay. Then you like go into another room, and then you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to pick up this book. Oh, no, it's a trap. And then you kill it. You're supposed to open it, not take it. And it just lots of different things.
So I don't know where you were headed. I just I basically went through the Hall of the Mountain King, looked around, went into the crossover.
Okay.
This is a dead end.
And you can't pick that up.
Yeah.
Can you use the axe on the crystals?
Probably not. But...
Dwarf's axe. Nothing happens.
It's more childhood nostalgia than anything.
Yeah.
And it's exposure. As I said, you know, like my friend, her husband had these text adventure games on his Amiga, and so I was able to try them out and play them. Back then, that was this is really dated. There was no real internet. There were billboards. Bulletin boards and stuff like that, but there was no internet. And so trying to get like more help was really challenging. So you could go only as far as you could go. It was like one of those games where you played a little bit, you knew you would not get very far, and you might have to try again. And tried every solution you could think of, and then step away, and then try again, and see if you could solve the problem with that.
There's a lot of that with adventure games, that you try something, and if you're not able to figure it out, then you step away, come back, try it again.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I didn't finish Conquest of Camelot for many, many years.
Well,
is because
I
did not have the manual. We did not buy the cheap book, because at that time we were living pretty hand and mouth poor, and
that would have been $7-8 or something
Yeah.
like that. So,
well, it was actually a little more than that at software, etc. And it was just one of those things where, you know, you do you buy your children diapers, or do you get the gaming manual? You think about that, people. When you put it in that perspective, it'll make a lot of sense. Hey, AC White Raven.
Hey, Colossal Cave, I've seen bigger holes.
I think I have the hand shut off right now, just so we can run this game without any kind of warnings. Yeah. Mike said the gaming manual, of course. And when you're done using it, you can wrap your children's bottom in the gaming manual.
Sleeping.
How are you feeling, AC White Raven? How's the legs? And did you make it to your interview? Yeah, I mean, it was just, it's parents, I think
That won't work here.
Parents have that, they have to make a decision. And sometimes it's not the most popular or friendly one. But, yeah. 2-bit. Not sure. You haven't been out of the house yet since that happened. What's going on with you, buddy? It's still bad.
You're in bed quilt. There are holes everywhere.
Gotta get into the doctor, AC White Raven. You need to make sure it's
You
not
stumble
something
around
serious.
in the dark and seem to have returned where you started.
Damn it, bed quilt.
Well, I'm glad you're losing weight with all this exercise. That's probably very important. Make sure you're eating healthy as well. So you're counterbalancing the weight lost with the nutrition. Is the Swiss cheese room?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Let's go south.
Going south.
This is another one of those that can get annoying because you're trying to go in different directions. It takes you back, or sometimes it's random where you end up.
You're in a room with Swiss cheese walls.
I'm kind of curious about what cave had the Swiss cheese walls or something like that. So
Maybe it's just a cave in an imagination.
I think a lot of these, like Y2 and bed quilt and things like this, I think are probably based off of
Our real caves.
Oh, okay.
The canyon runs into a mass of boulders.
Boulders.
Yeah, okay. Just Swiss cheese. Because this is, say, we're down here,
Mm-hmm.
and we can't get back up, so we end up going over here, which takes us over to the Swiss cheese room.
Mike, what do you think about this one? I'm curious what your thoughts are. I bet you're
in
kind of
bed quilt,
wondering.
A long east-west passage with holes everywhere.
Right, exactly. I had a friend who is starting to have leg problems, and
You're
her
in bed
husband.
quilt. There are holes everywhere.
Husband was having leg problems, and they kept ignoring it. And eventually, they went in and found out he had diabetes, and he lost his leg, and he ended up with with a prosthetic leg and a pretty bad quality of life because he probably lived about 7 years after that. Just Terry. Terry and her husband. So don't be one of those guys.
You're at the east end of a two-pit room.
Go and have it
The
checked
floor
out by the
here
doctor.
is littered with thin rock
and if it's
slabs,
nothing,
which make it
then
easy
at
to
least
descend the
you'll know
pits. There is a path bypassing the pits to connect passages from the east and the west. There are holes all over, but there is a big one on the wall directly over the west pit, too high to reach. That is useless right now.
Reminds me of kind of like the black.
Nothing happens.
I can't think of the world of it, but it's in Skyrim.
A small pool of oil seeps out of the ground here.
Some oily water. That'll be useful.
At least even if it's nothing, then at least you Yeah, you
There's a
should
tiny
try
little
to see the
plant in
doctor.
the pit, murmuring,
Just have it
Water.
checked.
"Water."
Do you have water?
Water.
Water? Water for the little plant?
Well, I love how they at least show things and stuff like that.
Well,
so.
I imagine it's like, Jack and the Beanstalk. Plus, the
Yes.
room above you is way too high. And that was the other hint. So, time to plew and get yourself some water.
It is too far up for you to
Water.
reach.
Okay, so this is where the.
There's a tiny little plant in the pit, murmuring, "Water, water."
Aw, water.
That's kind of creepy, actually, but
Well,
okay, some oil for. We'll need that for.
There are faint rustling noises from the darkness behind you.
you. Is the rustling noise the plant and the... Who knows? Is it a limited amount of use for plow?
Okay, 2 pits, Swiss cheese.
You're in a large, low, circular chamber whose floor is an immense slab fallen from the
That's
ceiling.
the very first time
There
we've
once
gotten
were
that
large
today.
passages to the east and west, but they are now filled with boulders. Low, small passages go north and south, and the south one quickly bends west round the boulders.
Okay, southwest. Okay.
Well, isn't that where we just came down? I don't know. I'm just lost.
No, I recognize it. I think it's dragon. I see him. Yep, there's the dragon.
Okay. So you have to go to the Y2 room in order to use the flu?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a.
Sophie, come here. What's going on? Well, come here.
Really?
It's really vocal. Come here, girl. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Oh, okay. Good.
I swear this dream probably could have heard her crying. Gee, to be a Miss Vocal. Not right now. It's like, I don't want anything to do with your mic. I don't want anything to do with Mike.
Well, the microphone or my cage?
Mike's like,
So
my
Mike-
dog would eat your cat in a heartbeat.
No, your dog doesn't get that big.
My cat has claws.
Plew. Plew.
Yeah,
You
did
feel
you
a
hear
strange
me out?
pulling sensation.
Yeah.
You're back in the well house.
She's just playing with a little gold ball cat toy. So, do you think the plant wants meat? I thought it was just wanting some water. Is that
Clue.
rustling noise that we need the meat for?
Plew.
Plew.
You feel a strange pulling sensation.
Stop pulling in the sensation.
It's a new sensation.
He
Be back in a
pulled out a.
minute.
You
You're
leave
back in the
my
Y2
Mr.
room.
B alone, Mel. You stop doing those strange pulling sensations, Mike. All right, we'll try to get him back where he was. I don't know.
I think I know where I need to go.
I'm like, I don't know. I don't give a damn. I have no idea to which you are speaking. Yeah, I took it south.
There is a threatening dwarf.
Oh no!
A
not
sharp knife is
dwarf-
thrown.
Dwarf.
Not
It-
good. You missed.
Dwarf's axe. You have attacked a little dwarf, but he has dodged out of the way.
Oh, okay, you little stinker. He's got some cold coin on the floor. Nah.
Yeah, maybe didn't quite get him.
Yeah, he was actually could have been like the local oh gosh, gang or something like that instead of looking like a dwarf. It was like in a bad rock video.
I think I saw that guy's the lead singer of Sabaton.
I'm quite certain you might be right.
There is a threatening dwarf. A sharp knife is thrown.
Don't kill me.
It. Dwarf's axe. You have vanquished a little dwarf.
Score! Wouldn't that be great if that's the noise it made when you killed him?
So that's that orange rind monster.
Mm-hmm.
I gave Winkers a piece of that the other day, and she's like, "No, I don't like it." She didn't like monster. Definitely different.
Imagine if you played this.
There is a threatening dwarf.
Another
sharp knife is
threatening
thrown.
dwarf. They're
It mi-
everywhere.
Dwarf's axe.
They must be getting closer.
You've attacked a little dwarf,
right down
but
the
he's dodged out
crotch
of the way.
area. Beeline. Whop. But he managed to get away.
Oh, good.
Yay, the plant.
The bottle of water.
Little bit naughty.
Plant spurts into furious growth for a few seconds.
Look at that. It's Jack and the Beanstalk. I told you.
Water. There is a 12-foot-tall beanstalk stretching up out of the pit, bellowing, "Water!"
This time
Water.
it's like the little shop of horrors. They're like, "What a bitch!"
There is a threatening dwarf.
Oh no!
A sharp
not
knife
another
is thrown.
threatening-
They are really.
They don't want you
Dwarf's
doing that.
You have vanquished a little
He
dwarf.
won't be having any kids because he be dead. He's not dead
There's a
though.
little
He keeps
axe
coming
here.
back, so he's not quite dead. He's not dead yet.
Okay, I got this. I wonder if I can take this oil.
The empty bottle.
Oil can.
Your bottle is now full of oil.
Hopefully,
bottle
don't
of
you need
oil.
water?
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of wondering if I can
No
put this on the
way.
coal. Well, I
Oh.
probably need to go find some. Well, I'm hoping.
Bottle of oil.
Okay, good.
Bottle of oil.
Yeah, it does have the option for you to pour it out.
Okay. Passage to pit room. We can't go up yet, but.
Do 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 do. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Okay. All right. There. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's this clam there. I didn't recall if there was.
You haven't
water
gotten
on it.
anything, and I don't think that. I think it was just sitting on the side of a rock or something, or the rocky floor. I don't remember it being anything around it. But you can always wander over there, I guess, if you truly want to. Just watch out for the dwarf clan that seems to be. Maybe they didn't like that you stole their gold, their diamonds, their
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can just go back up here.
their jewels. And they didn't like you threw the axe at their jewels either. I can guarantee that.
So I imagine if you get really good at this, you can move yourself around pretty quickly. But
Get good. Can you use a controller? You must be able to because you can do a VR.
I haven't seen anything. I mean, they give you controls to just do mouse or mouse and keyboard.
So there was
but-
no controller axe. That's unfortunate.
But
That's a missed
I
opportunity.
don't know because I mean it's a good idea.
$40
Great question.
$40 game, you should have controller ability, but a
I
true
mean, because this is
adventurer
going to be
person would do
on-
point and click.
because they would have have
Bottle
this
of
on pretty
oil.
much every single.
Looks like coal. Don't dirty your hands with it.
Don't dirty your hands with it. By
Bottle of
go
oil.
on.
That won't work here.
There was a
There's no
coal
use for that
bin
here.
that was actually on the ground. Do you remember?
Nothing happens. There's nothing to do with it here. That won't work here.
Maybe it's the other brazier that we found and it had some coal in it. It's way back in the... Ooh, shovel.
Nothing happens. There's nothing to do with it here.
It's just
Bottle of oil. You pour the oil on the ground.
And put it right next
You're
to
at the edge
torch.
of a large underground reservoir. White mist fills the room and rises rapidly upward. The lake is fed by a stream, which tumbles out of an overhead hole in the wall and splashes noisily into the water somewhere within the mist.
I need
You're
to
at a
take a little
reservoir.
lunch break
White
now, but
mist
I'll be
fills
back
the
after
room.
that. Okay, Medicine
see
Hat.
you then.
We will see you then.
You're
I'm
at a
gonna go grab
You're
a
at the
different-
edge of a large underground reservoir. White mist fills the room and rises rapidly up. Empty bottle. Your bottle is now full.
Your cheese, my cheese. I imagine this is the perfect game to play when I'm laid in bed with my ass hairs hurting. Very, very true. I imagine so. You have to wait until I'm not putting food in my mouth so to see that.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some
Hopefully I
water.
don't need more water than this, but
This bottle of water.
yeah, you can drink this.
The plant grows explosively, almost filling the bottom of the pit.
It exploded.
Can we climb this now?
There is a gigantic beanstalk stretching all the way up to the hole.
Okay, that's good, Sonny.
That's the way to go.
Now I'm going to go get some oil.
Empty bottle.
Oops.
Empty
the
bottle.
interface
Your bottle is now full of oil.
a little confusing, or not what I expect from old games.
Nothing happens.
Don't give me nothing.
There's
happens.
no use for that here.
No, I'm going to climb this.
There's nothing to do with it here.
Yes.
That is useless right now.
No.
There is a gigantic beanstalk stretching all the way up to the hole. That won't work here.
Don't give me that.
That is useless right now. There is a gigantic beanstalk stretching all the way up to the hole. There is a gigantic beanstalk stretching all the way up to the hole. There is a gigantic beanstalk stretching all the way up to the hole. Nothing happens.
King's Quest 1 also beanstalk.
That is useless right now. There's nothing to do with it here. There is a gigantic beanstalk stretching all the way up to the hole. There is a gigantic beanstalk stretching all the way up to the hole. There is a gigantic beanstalk stretching all the way up to the hole. Nothing happens. That is useless right now. That won't work here. You're at the bottom of the pit in the west end of the two-bit room. There is a large hole in the wall 25 feet above you. There's no use for that here.
Okay, so we've climbed
That
the
is useless
beanstalk.
right now.
and
No, it's not letting me climb.
we can't climb the beanstalk.
There's nothing to do with it
I mean,
here.
that's why I figure it's supposed to be here. I don't know.
Well,
Chop
would
it
be
down.
the-
Bottle
the
of
purpose of
dwarf's
it if
axe.
It wasn't for climbing.
That seems to be a foolhardy
You're gonna
idea.
chopping it down?
There's no use for that here. That is useless right now.
Maybe you have to click on something else.
Nothing happens. There's nothing to do with it here. That is useless right now.
I mean,
There's nothing. That is. Bottle of oil. The plant indignantly shakes the oil off its leaves.
Who knew?
There is a gigantic beanstalk stretching all
Is
the
there
way
any
up to the
plant
hole.
food in the room? Interesting.
Oh, now, wow, that was picky. I just had to find the right pixel.
Of course you did. It is, after all, an adventure game.
Well, still easier than climbing the beanstalk in King's Quest 1, but oh, that's new. I haven't done that before.
There you go. Green Thumb Goliath.
Giant. Okay.
You're in a long, narrow corridor stretching to the west. At the eastern end is the hole from which you entered.
Okay. Proceed with caution. How big are you anyway? No one knows.
Human size.
You're in a narrow corridor stretching from the east to the west. You find yourself in a pantry, apparently for a very large person. You see a cavernous room to the north.
Is there going to be a golden geese? Golden goose.
You find yourself in a... You're in the giant room. The ceiling is too high to see with your lamp. Cavernous passages lead east, north, and south. Brass lantern. You have turned off the lantern. It is now pitch dark. If you proceed, you will most likely fall into a
Might not be the
brass
best
lantern.
idea to
The
turn
lantern
off
is
the
now
lantern
lit.
then.
You find yourself in a pantry, apparently for a very large person.
Ah.
You see a cavernous room to
yeah.
the north. You find yourself in a pantry, apparently for a very
Here's
large
another
person.
magic word.
You see it says fee, fi, fo, foo.
Why they
Foo
did that
bar.
instead of fall, but
You're in the
Fee,
giant room.
fi, fo, foo
The
bar.
ceiling, there's nothing to do with it here. The passage here is blocked by a recent cave-in.
that dead end.
No, I'm certain.
The passage here is blocked by a recent cave-in. It would take a giant appetite to devour those large potatoes. That is useless right now. The smell from that cauldron sickens you. You're in the giant room.
I just don't like potatoes in it.
You're in the giant room. That won't work here.
Well, you don't like potatoes in real life anyway, so it probably would sicken you.
Nothing happens.
I mean, there might be some.
It appears to be bread, but doesn't look too appetizing.
All right, they do a good job of at least making you appear smaller, like dwarf height.
You're in the giant room. There are faint rustling noises from the darkness behind you. The way north leads through a massive iron door. Empty brass lantern.
You got an axe.
Oh wait. Oh. Neat.
That appears to be a portrait of a giant? There's no use for that here.
Are you scared?
No, I'm going to go get the oil. Thought I filled up. I apparently didn't.
You poured it out on the ground.
Well, I'm refilling up.
Sylvie's just entertaining herself with that ball for hours. Most of the stream, she's been running around chasing it.
I As Zelda games found out the usefulness of a bottle.
Empty bottle. Your bottle is now full of oil.
Your hovercraft is full of eels.
Yes. I like when my hovercraft is full of eels. Yeah, just had to click on the right spot. How annoying. Which way while we're playing it?
I figured I'd move it along.
Bottle of oil. Nothing happens.
What do you want to do with that oil?
I don't know.
Are you trying to make a salad?
Maybe light something on fire.
Perhaps.
Bottle of oil.
Molotov cocktail.
There's no use for that here.
I don't know. On the map, it shows
Yeah.
a cauldron, so I'm kind of wondering: is there something with it, or is it just
It's probably just a focal point.
indicating that
It's the
that's
kitchen.
a cauldron?
You might be in there if you're not careful.
The door is extremely rusty. And
Oil! Oil the hinges.
bottle of
thing I
oil.
Of
went-
course.
The
It's
oil has freed up the hinges so that the door will now open.
a classic adventure game.
The way north
ploy.
leads through a massive iron door.
Fortunately, you didn't have to go like really far off to solve that. Immense passage.
You are in an immense north-south passage.
Immense.
You are in a magnificent cavern. There is a rushing stream that cascades as a sparkling waterfall into a roaring whirlpool, which drains through a hole in the floor. That's
Was
a
that the last
splendid
pizza
water.
pizza gone to?
But be careful around it.
That's
That's a splended waterfall. But
I
be
never
careful
eaten
around
that
it.
crazy bread.
Empty bottle. That won't work here. Your bottle is now full of water. That's a splendid waterfall. But be careful around it.
Hint to save.
That's a splendid waterfall. But be careful around it.
I mean, I think some of this graphic wise, it comes off a little weird because it's probably just kind of 2D things hitting, so you can see it kind of oddly. But some of this is water that bridge here.
Sure.
Magnificent cavern, whirlpool.
Looks like a bird. It's like shaped like a
Steep
bird.
Incline. Iron door. Get out there.
Well, you never did find Giant.
You're in a cavern with a waterfall.
Or something.
Something.
Okay.
I'll give her some ramen. I got a plan, Wink.
Giant troll. Ooh, okay, we got the. Okay.
You see a steep slope. It looks like you can slide down it.
Where's my book? Oriental room, Swiss cheese room. Magnificent canyon. Oh, okay, maybe I missed something. Steep, large Okay, yeah, I was thinking I might have missed something, so.
You see a steep slope. It looks like you can slide down it. You're in a cavern with a waterfall. You're in a magnificent cavern. There is a rushing... You're in a cavern with a waterfall. This is a rushing stream. Be careful. The rocks may be slippery. You're in a cavern with a waterfall.
Aha! Sweet. Nice. Let's do it. Oh, okay. Even shows you like when you gain a few points. That's kind of a nice little touch.
There is a dangerous whirlpool here. Watch your step. Fell into the rushing water. Oh dear. You seem to...
Kind of almost disappointed they didn't just throw you right into the whirlpool and drag you down, fight you down that way.
There is a dangerous whirlpool here. Watch your step.
Okay. There. Oh, okay. Up. That was kind of cool. Just have a look around.
It says fee, fi, fo, foo. You're in the giant room. It says fee, fi, fo, foo. You're in the giant room.
Oh, wait. Here we go.
There is a large nest here, full of golden eggs.
Once again, you see kind of this influence with the King's Quest game. So you get a mixture of both King's Quest 1 and King's Quest 4 here. That there's that mix of King's Quest 1. You have a beanstalk, you have a giant, and then there's also in King's Quest 4, there's a giant with a geese or a goose that lays golden eggs. So
Fee, fi, fo, fee, fi, fo, foo. The nest is full of golden eggs.
oh, that's neat.
Jeweled trident.
Oh, I got it. That's neat.
Golden eggs.
Now I understand.
Bottle of water.
That's clever. I like that.
You're in the giant room. The ceiling is too high to see with your lamp. Cavernous passages lead east, north, and south.
So that does not send you back. Instead, what's saying fee fi fo fu, it causes the golden eggs to end up coming back here. I like that.
You are in a magnificent cavern. There is a rushing stream that cascades as a sparkling waterfall into a roaring whirlpool, which drains through a hole in the floor.
It's just fun. I could definitely go replay this game a number of times and just admire it and have fun with things like that. Sell the eggs on eBay. Yes. I sold them and then they just disappeared.
You see a steep slope. It looks like you can slide down it. You see a
Bibs.
steep slope. It looks like you can slide down it.
Looks like all the meat's been eaten off these ribs.
That's an enormous rib cage. What it's being used for, I can't imagine. How would you go about carrying those huge bones? Ridiculous.
Yeah, and robot spacers, I think somebody mentioned try grabbing them, and I think somebody is talking about Skyrim. Like, well, you can carry dragon boats around that way, you know?
That is useless right now.
They're just very heavy. Troll.
Someone has gathered an absurd assemblage of old wood, planks, and those bones.
I'm going to guess we cannot climb back up.
You're at the bottom of a steep incline. You can't climb up from here.
Of course not.
You're in a long, winding corridor sloping out of sight in both directions.
Oh, darn. What have I missed?
Okay. So there's two things. So in the waterfall room, I had to kind of go down a little bit and find the trident.
Oh.
And also in the giant's room, I figured I was probably missing something. And yeah, there's some golden eggs. There was like in a little hut in the corner.
Sure.
And when you say fee fi fo fu, it causes the eggs to go back, return back to
The golden geese?
to the nest.
Oh, okay.
It's like, oh, okay, that's clever. So AC White Ribbon recommended I sell those eggs on eBay and then just say that so they can get.
You're in a long, sloping corridor.
Oh, boy.
I'll just take all this booty and hide it away with me chest deep in the
Bastard.
maze.
He took away our gold, our eggs, and all that. Save early, save often.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we could get back to that thing, we could actually. Okay, troll room. Yeah, the thing that sucks is. Yeah, I just need. That's that's random is the thing. So.
Oh.
And I was,
The troll steps out from beneath.
No one treads on my bridge without payment.
so once again,
All right, Billy.
King's Quest 1.
Billy go gruff.
But yeah, I mean, it's sort of like that. Okay, let's little game. That's random. So I'm just going to go back. I don't want to deal with the pirate right now because we're just about ready to go do something else. Okay. All right. So here, I'll show you. So here it is. It's empty.
The nest
Okay.
is empty.
Okay, I took that.
Golden eggs.
Okay, so if we go and say
Fee, fi, fo, fee, fi, fo, foo. The nest is full of golden eggs.
Nice.
first, I thought it was like, hey, it's repeating.
Jeweled trident.
It's like, oh, wait a minute. No, it's not. That's what it's for. So,
And the trident was on the bottom of the waterfall.
It was right here.
Okay.
You're in a cavern with a waterfall.
And if you die, you lose 10 points. So I decided, like, what happens if I jump in the water and you just die?
And you lost 10 points.
Well, I restored, but that's why I said
Good idea.
because perhaps potentially in the original in the original game, you might lose points if you try to save or something.
Oh, shoot.
Bastard.
I had to put that in
I'll just
away.
take all this
Put the eggs in
hide it
blue.
away with my
Jack.
chest deep
Well,
in the
it's just we can't
maze.
get right back to it really easy.
Well, it sounds like you gotta take it back from the pirate. Hence the pirate room maze.
Yeah. There may or may not be treasure that the pirate has as well. I mean, some of this is also like if your stuff is stolen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's kind of weird that you never saw it. Now or suddenly saw the pirate twice.
Well, maybe if you triggered it, you know. Maybe you've triggered an event that and more likely makes you see the pirate.
Yeah, okay. If he appears again, I'm going to then probably just let him steal nothing I have of importance.
Mm-hmm.
And then pick the stuff back up. Maybe that'll work. So let's see what happens.
You're on one side of a large, deep chasm. A white mist rises up from below to obscure much of the far side. A southwest path leads away from the chasm into a winding corridor. The troll steps out from beneath the bridge and blocks your way.
It almost
I don't
looks like
have everything I need.
Jeweled trident.
it almost looks like Rocksteady.
I forgot. It's like, oh, darn it. I do need one something. Darn it. Didn't know I was going to get here. But, okay, let's go back and see what happens. See if there's another way we can get back here. Okay, we got this map. Giant north and east. Okay, let's see where.
You're in a dead end.
Okay, well, makes that one easy.
Not only marking it dead end too, that helps too.
Oh, okay, troll, secret two pit. Mountain King. Oh, there's that. So,
You just still don't have anything to open that clam though.
yes, I do.
Do you? What do you got?
I tried it.
A trident opens the clam?
Yep.
You're in bed quilt. There are holes
Okay,
everywhere.
that makes sense, I guess. Maybe head to the clam. Here he is.
Jeweled trident. The jeweled trident magically opens the clam. A glistening pearl falls out and rolls away.
Oh no!
This is really an oyster. But whatever it is now snapped shut.
I don't care.
That is an enormous oyster.
The pearl just rolled
Here.
away.
Its shell is tightly closed.
There we go.
Off to one side lies a glistening pearl. Bottle of water.
Cul-de-sac.
I think it's an exercise on whether or not you can read a map.
Well, you draw your own, so.
No, I'm happy they did a map.
Yeah, it's definitely very nice. I mean, we do have
That's a good quality of life thing.
like the one in that book, which that's been useful as well.
But it's also kind of hard to read.
The stream enters through a 2-inch slit.
Oh, must be something. Okay, it's showing down. Looks like there's something. I think I missed something again. There we go. That was easy to miss.
I set her up with ramen.
Okay. Oh, okay, nice. Let's turn around. All right, way too room.
There we go.
Go.
Drop
Clue.
off our eggs and our pearls. And do we gonna
Clue.
carry the trident? Do we need the
You feel a
trident?
strange
we're
pulling
good now.
sensation.
I would maybe, I don't know, maybe leave it because I bet we're gonna find the pirate again.
You're back in the well house.
You're safely in the well house.
Golden glistening pearl.
And no Mike K came and ripped you off while you were down in the caves.
Jeweled trident.
Oh, yeah, keys. That's the other one.
We now need the keys.
Yeah.
Well, you can drop off. Do you need the gold eggs? Don't,
Yes.
you do?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Batteries.
So I don't need them right yet. So.
Clue. Fee, fi, fo, foo. Clue. Clue. You feel a strange pulling sensation. You're back in the Y2 room. You need to be a little closer to climb that.
Well, this is a little tight for comfort. I'm like, I don't wanna. Let's say we didn't I?
Okay. And okay, yeah, that's one. I think it was a little stream of water. Maybe that's just an alternative area to get some water if you need it.
You need to be a little closer to climb that.
I wonder if they only had narration in English. Because it does show like languages, multiple languages and stuff, and maybe that was even taken off of.
Well,
Okay, yeah.
I hate to sound neocentric, but often English is more universal than.
You're in Bedquilt, a long east-west passage with holes everywhere.
It's the one that says two pit, troll, secret canyon.
And we do not have what it takes.
You've
to
crawled
get-
around in some
to get
little
around
holes
the
and wound
troll.
up back in the main
No, that's
passage.
why I went back. I had to go get some stuff. So
Oh, okay.
You see a sturdy ladder.
no, that was to Wit's End.
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage.
Are we back here again?
Yeah, we better not be. There we go. I hope. I hope it's not being pain and being just doing weird random crap or something. So.
All right.
You're in a secret canyon at a junction of 3 canyons, bearing north, south, and southeast.
No, I think this is.
This is new.
Yeah, that's not.
The north one is as tall as the other 2 combined.
Oh, there's a dwarf there.
Well,
You see a little dwarf sitting here knitting.
This might be the Roberta Williams one. No. Oh, the pirate. Get out of here,
I'll
Jackass.
just take
Oh,
all
that's okay,
this
because we don't have
and
anything,
hide
right?
it away
we
with
have
my
those
chest
eggs.
deep in
Yeah.
the maze.
thanks for not helping.
You're at the junction of 3 secret canyons.
Why would she help you?
You're at the junction of 3 secret canyons.
Saved either.
The shadowy figure seems to be trying to attract your attention. There's nothing to do with it here. Nothing happens.
Even that doesn't.
You're at a low window overlooking a huge pit, which extends up out of sight. A floor is indistinctly visible far below. Traces of white mist cover the floor of the pit, becoming thicker to the left. Marks in the dust around the window would seem to indicate that someone has been here recently. Directly across the huge pit, you spy a similar window looking into a...
Okay, well, if I can get back to the giant area.
Beautiful crystals cast a luminous blue light across this canyon. You're in a secret canyon at a that won't work here. She doesn't want to be bothered. You see a little dwarf sitting here knitting. What is the dwarf cooking? Whatever it is, it doesn't smell very appetizing. There is a threatening dwarf. A sharp knife is thrown. It Dwarf's axe. You have vanquished a little dwarf.
Right in front of the other dwarf.
Yeah, well, she didn't seem to care that the pirate came and tried to steal the stuff, so.
You're at the junction of 3 secret canyons.
I almost got some,
Okay, official
That was a
death.
mighty fall. Oh dear. You seem to have been ousted from your adventure. I might be able...
Okay, fortunately I saved back at the water house. Okay, yeah, the only thing stolen were the eggs.
Well, that's still a really big thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I could get back to the Giants area, then I could just pick them back up. So, I mean, it's not as big of an issue. So,
Clue. Clue. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
So the pirate is a random attack.
You're back in
that
the
can happen.
Y2.
correct. Yeah, that's random.
Well, I don't know if you want these or not. They're just tore apart pieces. They're not chewed on or anything.
That pizza after day one is not the best.
No. With the marinara, it's not so bad.
Oh, try going west.
There are cracks everywhere, but you may be able to slip through this one.
See what it does.
You have crawled through some cracks and wound up back at the main passage. You're in bed quilt. There are holes. You're in.
Oh, okay. Too big quilt room. Okay, that makes it a little faster actually. To junction to troll up, north, down, south.
Hi,
Where the
Winkers.
Troll.
Hey, Winkers.
Well, let's see. Does this take us to pit? Ooh, Swiss cheese room. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, it takes us to the giant. Yeah, we'll do that later.
What is that later?
There's other extra stuff.
Oh,
I know there where some more things are. So
okay.
okay. Let's go west.
We managed to.
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage.
Okay, this will take us to the giant.
There's nothing to do with it here.
It's about plenty of time. Slobbering all over myself. But that's the last pizza, so it's gone now.
Okay. Glad
It didn't get wasted.
that's good. Not like those poor potatoes are just sitting there.
And even, Wink had some. She had the cheese one.
This is such a good screen.
Fucker. Well,
I'll just take all this booty and hide it away with my chest. if
Okay,
you
Mr.
please.
Krabs.
go ahead.
You're in a cavern with a
Unless we
waterfall.
find out we can redo it when we get to the giant.
Fee,
No,
fi,
exactly.
fo, fee, fi, fo, foo. The nest is full of golden eggs.
pirate. Mel eating and not offering us any. So stingy, so selfish. I offered him some pizza. He said it was too old.
Here you go, Mike.
Let me shove that that piece of bread right through the camera here.
Fortunately, I wasn't too far away. So.
Okay.
You see a steep slope. It looks like you can
Like,
slide
it's
down
kind of
it.
like hints about things like, okay, you may not be able to go that direction or something. So, okay, southwest.
So are you giving the troll the eggs? At least Chad cares. Mel. Hey, Mel. I mean, Mel. Yeah, hi, Mel. Hey, Mike.
Do you want a mirror to look at yourself and talk to yourself?
Seriously. Hey, Mike. So there was a wheelhouse filled with a bunch of treasure. And I said, at least Mike Kate
The
hasn't
troll
found
steps
it,
out from
stole
beneath
it
the
all.
bridge and blocks your way. A bird
No one treads on my bridge without payment.
Wolfie, is that you?
No, ours even was like look like rock steady.
dwarf's axe.
Dang my ears.
I was trying to use that actually just catches it.
Good workmanship, but not valuable enough.
Here you go.
And nicely throws it back to us.
Payment.
Payment or you're not going.
Golden eggs.
Would you like some eggs?
Tasty food.
Tasty food. You want some tasty food?
Gluttony is not one of the troll's vices. Avarice, however, is. Golden eggs.
Would you like the keys to the place? We had the same situation on the other day. We killed the punk on the bridge. Yeah, we sure did. Nah. Okay, he's gonna just go F off underneath the bridge.
Yeah. Down he goes.
The troll lives below. Try to follow him.
It's a broken bridge anyway.
You're on the far side of the chasm. A northeast path leads away from the chasm on this side.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's one direction we can go right now.
You're in a long east-west corridor. A faint rumbling noise can be heard in the distance.
But that was like 2-day-old pizza, Mike. I don't know if you would have wanted it.
Fee, fi, fo, fee, fi,
Stomach's all
fo,
nice and full now.
The golden eggs have vanished.
Yeah, you can't get it back now.
Well, hopefully.
It says it vanished.
The food container
Oh,
is
you mean
completely
you took
empty.
the eggs away from the troll? Gold! And we can't be held responsible for it. I love it.
See, that's the purpose of it. When I figured out what you could do with it, like, oh, I know what you do with that. So you could go and give the troll some stuff, but it's questionable whether you get back or if you could even complete the game.
Yay.
Was there a volcano?
Ooh.
Take the scenic route.
You see a breathtaking view. Far below lies an active volcano from which gobs of molten lava surge and cascade to the depths. The glowing rock bathes the cavern with a blood-red glare, feigning a macabre appearance. The air is dense with sparks of ash, the smell of brimstone, and walls too hot to touch. The thundering volcano is so deafening it drowns out all sounds. Embedded in the jagged roof far overhead, twisted formations of white alabaster scatter the murky light to become sinister apparitions upon the walls. On one side, you see a deep gorge encasing tortured rock that seems to be crafted by the devil himself. To your left, an immense river of fire gushes from the volcano's depths, then flows through the gorge to plummet into a bottomless pit. On the right, A huge geyser of blistering steam erupts from a barren island within a bubbling, sulphurous lake. Above, the wall flickers with a glow of its own, lending more infernal splendor to an already hellish scene.
Whoa.
You're at a breathtaking view.
That's cool.
You're at a breathtaking view. You're at a breathtaking view.
Breathtaking view. There we go.
There are rare spices here.
Treasure hunter.
There's no use for that here. It appears someone has been cooking over this small volcanic hotspot.
Hey, if it works.
You're in a small chamber filled with large boulders. The walls are very warm, causing the air in the room to be stifling from the heat. The only exit is a crawl heading west, from which a low rumbling noise can be heard.
Okay, southeast.
It says, "Warning, bear in room."
Bear food.
The food container is completely empty. You're standing at the entrance to a large barren room.
Now, if I had played this before I played Hero's Quest, I probably would have had a better idea what to do with the bear in the cave in Quest for Glory.
The bear is locked to the floor with a golden chain. Rare spice. Tasty food. Rare spices.
Want some rare spices there?
That is useless right now. Dwarf's axe. Nothing happens. Tasty food. There's no use for that here.
Yes, there is. Let's try it. Let's try this again.
Rare spices. Nothing happens.
No, okay.
Dwarf's axe. The axe misses and lands near the bear where you can't get at it. Tasty food. The bear eagerly wolfs down your food, after which he seems to calm down considerably, and even becomes rather friendly.
Yes.
There is a little axe here.
Look at his paws.
There is a gentle cave bear sitting placidly in one corner. The chain is still locked.
Hence, 2 keys.
Set of keys. That is not where the lock is.
Sure. There we go. Hey, that's a nice bear.
There is a friendly bear wandering about nearby. There is a friendly bear wandering about nearby. The friendly bear is following you.
Yay! We have a friendly bear.
The troll steps out from beneath the bridge and blocks your way. The friendly bear is following you.
Oh, he just sits there. Okay, I'm back. How's the Mines of Moria treating you? We now have a bear following us. We bribed a troll with some golden eggs, which then we were able to use a Fee-Fi-Fo-Fu spell, and then it takes the eggs away, so we probably can go get them back again. Just waiting for Mel to come back. Ah, there he is. We'll just hold on for a second. So sweet. Hopefully he'll kill on our command. Yeah. It's very much like King's Quest 1 where you just go get the troll or the goat to take care of the bridge troll. And the same with the bridge troll. You can bribe the troll. And same that happens here. Except actually a little more clever. By you having to bribe the troll with something, but then you want the treasure to go away as well. So. While we're waiting, we shall read the Eine Katze für jeden Tag calendar. Let's see what today says. Oh. Wenn du nicht mehr das vollste Wesen im Haus sein möchtest, schaff dir eine Katze an. Respekt vor.
All right, what are we miss?
Okay.
All right.
Got the found some rare spices.
Okay.
I found the bear. Fed the bear. Fed the bear.
What do we feed him?
The tasty food.
Oh, that's why you grabbed that.
And then unlocked him. That's why you need to have the keys. There's two keys on it.
Got ya.
So you unlock it, and then you get the golden chain. So that's also a treasure.
Uh-huh.
And now, so this has a lot of kind of like very similar types of things that I mentioned. If I had played this before I played Hero's Quest, I would have had probably an easier time getting past the bear. Because one of the ways to calm the bear in Hero's Quest is to feed it. Especially if you're a fighter or a thief, that's the ways to try to get past it is to feed it. And it's also chained down, and you have to get a key to unlock it. And very similar to what you do in King's Quest 1, to get past the bridge troll, you can either bribe it, or you go and get a goat, follows you around, and then takes care of the goat.
So the bear is going to take care of the goat. There he goes.
Bear with me.
Well, at least he didn't jump off the side, right? He's not dead. He's just...
Now, this is just to get... we still have our bear thing. Okay, so this is just to get an achievement.
That was a mighty fall.
Can't bear the weight.
Well, not only did we
dear.
kill the
You seem
bear.
to have been ousted from your adventure.
Great. Okay. I'm back. How's the Mines of Moria treating you?
The bear is mildly hurt by your rejection. He wanders away dejectedly.
I'm sorry, I just don't want you to die.
Bye, babe.
That won't work here. You're on the northeast side of a chasm.
He wants more food.
No, and then they just have them
Disappear.
disappear.
So do you end up with the eggs again?
Golden
No, we do have
chain.
this golden chain now,
Oh.
and
Rare spices.
Spices.
Gotcha.
So now we can.
Dumb bear doesn't understand structural
There's
weaknesses.
a lot of things that are questionable around here, so. Yeah, okay. All right. I think we're probably about done here because, yeah, here's the breathtaking view. Here is the spices. Here's the bear. So,
Okay.
we'll probably just go back to Pet Quilt.
I wonder who they had to kill to give the character such a convincing death scream.
Stop, pay troll.
The troll is currently out of business.
Yeah, so
Pretty
now,
elaborate, like,
Now,
you know.
now you can go back and.
But I mean, he really does have an elaborate long line setup, like a Disney World. Shelfie, what you doing? Even as a garbage can.
Okay, dead end bed quilt. Oh, there's something. Let's see what's over here.
Probably an intern.
This is the Orient
Oh,
Room.
okay.
Ancient Asian cave drawings cover the walls. A gently sloping passage leads upwards to the north, another passage leads southeast, and a hands and knees crawl leads west.
So the term digging to
You see
China
a gong,
is real.
an instrument for meditative journeys.
Or digging to
You see a
Asia
gong,
is real.
an instrument for meditative journeys.
There's a treasure.
Okay, Orient room. Okay, how much do we have enough space? Okay, good. Yeah.
This seems to be an ancient ritual vessel for cooking food. Interesting. You have no need for cooking food.
Why is that interesting?
That is useless right now. In ancient times, pots had been placed here, perhaps for food and drink. You're in the Orient Room.
She's got that ball in her mouth, is carrying on off. It's portable. It's a mobile ball. It's provided much entertainment for Sophie for the entire stream of 3 hours and 9 minutes.
You're in the Orient Room. You see a gong, an instrument for meditative journeys. This is the Orient Room. Ancient Asian cave drawings cover the walls. A gently sloping passage leads upwards to the north, another passage leads southeast, and a hands and knees crawl leads west.
Well, which one are we gonna pick, huh? You know what's crazy is there's 100 and we got 158 of 350. It's got a lot left. It's crazy. Ah, did you just finish the lighthouse quest? Nice. You're moving it right along too. Did you choose to not join them, Mike, or did you go with the same way we went? In the lighthouse. All righty.
Okay. We end up in a Swiss cheese room at some point. Yep.
You're in a room with Swiss cheese walls.
Wasn't that the direction that you came from? There were other paths in the Orient Room. There was one that you go sloping down, gently sloping, and then there was one you had to crawl to the west. Wife is hurting now due to how bad the bed and couch is. The good news is we ordered a new bed. The bad news, 3 to 5 weeks. Oh, I went our way. Screw those cowards.
3 to 5 weeks. Why is it taking that long? I mean, do they have to special order it and bring it in, or what? Because last time we ordered a bed, we went to the store and, you know, just kind of showed, okay, this is one we like. And then I think they showed up within a couple days, a week, maybe at best. The only thing that was a downer with what they did, we used to have a cabin bed that we were replacing. And I think they took the mattress, but they wouldn't take the wooden structure of the cabin bed. But it did actually prove to be useful because we took some of the wood kind of planks on that and we were able to put that underneath our own bed.
True. Yes, because we ordered a king-size bed and they don't hold any at their
You are
local
following
warehouse.
a wide path around the outer edge of a large cavern.
They don't sell as well
Far
as
below,
Queen.
through a heavy white mist, strange splashing noises can be heard. The mist rises up through a fissure in the ceiling.
Misty Cavern.
You're in a misty cavern. The path exits to the south and west.
Yeah, that one's like a low crawl through it.
Yeah, I know there's... Okay.
Okay, so that's just down there by the bones.
Yep.
Well, hang in there, Mike. Hopefully it'll be 3 weeks instead of 5.
Yeah, there's... something I found in one of my other playthroughs. I'm trying to find that. So let's find the Swiss cheese room or the Oriental. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I was right. It's more off the Swiss cheese room. So yeah, I do want to go back to the Swiss cheese room. And it looks like that. So, yeah. Okay. Troll to pit.
You are in a room in which the walls resemble Swiss cheese. Obvious passages go west, east, south, northeast, and northwest. Part of the room is occupied by a large bedrock block. That light is quite entrancing and colorful. You're in a soft room. The walls are covered with heavy curtains, the floor with a thick shag carpet. Moss covers the ceiling. You're in the soft room. Velvet pillow.
Oh, that's cool. Showing the treasure back there.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that it's been putting stuff on the map. Now, only if other dungeon crawlers would do that kind of thing, except that there's no monster. I mean, there are, but they're not really like bad monsters with action points and.
Okay, go back to bed quilt. Okay, yeah, bed quilt room. Okay, and then it takes us to go that direction, up that way or something. Bed quilt room. Okay, northeast.
You need to be a little closer to climb that.
So, what are you going for now?
Trying to go back to the water house.
Oh, okay.
The little building.
Yeah, your inventory's pretty full, so
So
probably is a good time to
Yep.
try to
See, I
get
have
back.
Golden
4
chain.
treasures.
Yeah, you don't want that pirate stealing it, so.
Okay, and
You never found out the difference between king and queen size beds.
size.
With. We had a king. Oh, it was
That
a
was
nightmare
huge.
bed. It was huge. It took up most of the room. You could almost literally sit on one end of the bed and touch the wall to the next.
Yeah, you know, even if you had like one cat, it would still manage to find like the opportune area to take up all the room.
Clue. Clue. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
Well, I was thinking that, but
I
maybe
mean, we found a pretty decent number of things. I mean, I know there's a few things that still haven't.
maybe you get points
Found.
when
You're back
you
in the well
deliver.
house.
There is that too. So, okay.
Oh.
Here's a very important thing. So, okay.
We have a queen, and I'm pretty happy with it. I think
Velvet
it's more
pillow.
than enough room.
So,
Cats are.
you want to have the velvet pillow. Otherwise you drop it and break the vase.
The vase is now resting delicately on a velvet pillow.
Makes perfect sense.
Golden chain. Rare spices. Set of keys.
So,
You fell into that one, Mike.
Clue.
Or you didn't.
Fee, fi, fo, foo. Fee, fi, fo, foo.
It isn't the size.
That won't work
It's
here.
how you use it.
Clue. Clue. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
oh, we're up to 200 points now.
You know, all these strange pulling sensations going on there.
You're back in the Y2 room.
AC White Raven, you are bad. Clever, but bad.
You need to be a little closer to climb that.
This meter, kind of glad we got that bumper ram. If it's less than half. But before it would have been probably close to.
You should see it when it's Elgato. Then we're getting.
There are faint
tons
rustling
of
noises
warnings.
from the darkness behind you.
But today it's running smoothly.
You don't fit through a 2-inch slit.
You know, if I,
Yeah, seriously, it's not Tooch. You know, he would have said something along those lines.
You have crawled through some cracks and wound up back in the main passage.
okay, we're in bed quilt. Okay, all right. Let's go to. Let's see if we can go to north. Let's go back to the troll. I think.
He would have probably said,
Or do
"How's
we
it
wanna go to
hanging?"
the
What?
Maybe 2 pit. Oh, okay, yeah, giant. Okay, keep going west.
The pizza was pretty good, Winkers. Not too bad. How'd you like your pizza?
Oh, yep, there we go.
She didn't have pepperoni and all that stuff on hers. She only had cheese. But it's not, they don't make a bad cheese pizza. It actually tastes pretty good. Better with marinara. I like everything needs marinara on it when it comes to pizza. So, used to be ranch dressing I would put on there, and then I got another guy.
Ranch.
Wasn't very good. Marinara is better. Awesome, Winkers. Everything's better with marinara on it.
Egg on his face. Nice.
Ego my Lego. Or Lego my ego. My golden ego. I got a golden ego. Actually, is Father, I decided I don't want gold eggs for Easter after all. Hey, watch it, AC. Yeah, but AC mentioned that this is not Tooch. You almost need a disclaimer. It's like, this is not Tooch, who may or may not have hacked AC White Raven's Twitch account. We love our Tooch, even if he's not here.
To Secret Canyon.
Or if
This
he
also
is here
says
and I can't tell.
Yeah, let's try this. Let's try this Secret Canyon.
He's our brother. He's like the other day I said, like, Tooch, behave. He's like, what am I doing? I'm sitting on the couch. You were thinking it, Tooch. That's what it was. Fucking Tooch.
You're in a circular chamber whose floor is an immense slab fallen from the ceiling.
Oh, okay.
I just really, really love the cleverness of this map and the way it fills in and everything. It's perfect. But you sure have a long-lasting lantern.
Well, that's good because it can run out. That's why you need to buy the batteries.
Oh.
Let's see what happens when it goes south, though.
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage.
You've crawled around long enough.
You've crawled around in some little holes.
Oh, you little pirate.
I'll just take all this booty and hide it away with me chest deep in the maze.
course, he took the golden eggs.
Well, I guess we can just go get them back again.
Well, at the same time, do you need them?
Yeah, it's one of the treasures.
Oh. So you were headed back to the Blue Room?
I was exploring. I know there's still some other areas and things to do, so.
Mm-hmm. I think Sophie finally passed out. Maybe. Maybe. Did you find this one?
Microsoft version only was something.
Hmm.
Well, it's saying that we have to get robbed at least once, so.
Well, we have to do the pirate maze.
Yeah. Okay. And okay. Now let's go find this other thing. I know there's another thing I have not seen yet.
Sounds good.
Okay. Oriental room.
Yeah, there was another path in the Oriental room.
We didn't take our batteries.
Nope.
Okay, good. Let's see.
It'd be pretty messed up to take the one thing that keeps your lantern alive.
East. West.
I got a golden ticket. I got a golden chance to make my way.
You're in the Orient Room.
Okay.
Okay, alright, Swiss cheese. Yes. Looks like north or something. Okay.
And the misty-
all right.
You're in a misty cavern. The path exits to the south and west. You cannot fit through this tight tunnel because of an item that you're carrying. You'd best take inventory and drop something.
Something in your items are keeping you fat. and-
Batteries.
It's the freaking batteries.
Dropping thing. Battery. Dwarf's
Probably the
axe.
fucking axe.
No, it's everything.
You have to go naked?
Brass lantern. Batteries.
Oh, you really
Dwarf's
need to
axe.
slim up, don't you?
It's very narrow, but try it. You may be able to squeeze through.
You left all your inventories. You know, hopefully your lantern won't go out, but try it anyhow.
You're in a
Jade.
small chamber lit by an eerie green light. An extremely narrow tunnel exits to the west. A dark corridor leads northeast.
Are you going to be able to fit through the crack in the wall with that in your inventory?
It is now pitch dark. If you proceed, you will most likely fall into a pit. It's too dark. You can't see a thing. You hear the call of a plover.
A plover. Is that the bird?
You hear the call of a plover. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
Oh, are you going to be back in the wheelhouse?
It's dark here. Where are you? It's too dark. You can't see a thing.
You made me drop my lantern, bud. The plover.
Can we use?
Plu. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
Okay, so we're in the Y2 room. That's where that is.
So we're in a dark
You're
area
back
of
in
the
the well
Y2
house.
room. Well, we can drop off the jade. No, I
Clue.
guess we can't. We don't even have that.
You hear the call of a plover.
Call the plover.
There's no use for that here. Plu.
Do you want to put the plover in
Clue.
the bird cage?
You feel a strange pulling sensation.
We don't have a bird.
It's a minor technicality. We also don't have a lantern.
It's dark here. Where are you? You hear the call of a
That's
plover.
how you find out, because then it says okay.
You feel a strange pulling sensation.
That's how you find out. Okay, get it. Okay, that makes sense now.
Marco.
Polo.
Pull over for. Pull over.
You're in the plover room.
All right, a plover room.
Egg-sized emerald.
Can't you take and go back to the plow room so you can you fit through here? Conveniently, no, you can fit through there with the large egg size emerald in your inventory. Yay, light. And savvy. The gami.
Okay, we need to make our way back. Okay, alcoves, passages, plover room, dark room.
Good thing nothing happened in the dark room like Leisure Suit Larry. Oh my. You really use this clip.
Well, I guess that makes our naughty parts tingle.
Okay. Two-pin. Okay, northeast.
Leisure Larry Colossal Cave Adventure would be drastically different from this. It would indeed.
You're in Bedquilt, a long east-west passage with holes everywhere.
Is up here.
You find yourself in dusty rocks.
Ah, okay. Ah, okay. That makes it. It's actually a little faster.
You need to be a little closer to... You see a sturdy ladder.
As opposed to the broken down one you were swinging across.
You hear the call of a plover. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
You drop the emerald.
Emerald when you go there.
Well,
You're in the plover room.
oh, it takes you to the plover room.
But
This time you have your lantern.
It says, "Congratulations on bringing light into the dark room." You're in the dark room. A corridor leading south is the only exit. It says, "Congratulations on bringing light into the dark room."
there we go.
There is a platinum pyramid here. There is a platinum pyramid here.
It's like, what's the point?
There is a platinum pyramid here. You hear the call of a plover. You feel a strange pulling sensation. You're back in the Y2.
That was kind of a fun little puzzle. Let's see if we can.
Drop those off.
Yeah.
Probably
Clue.
for the best.
Clue.
Hopefully we don't drop the,
You feel a strange pulling sensation.
drop the emerald again.
Doesn't seem like it would happen this time. We're just talking about Leisure Suit Larry,
You're back in the
Colossal
well
Cave
house.
edition.
Egg-sized emerald.
His idea of treasure is quite different.
Platinum
But he'd
pyramid.
be out plowing those cave walls. Plewing them. Plewing it.
232.
Nice.
You're inside a well house. You're inside a well house.
Yeah, I figured if we didn't buy the batteries, I'm wondering if that counts as one of the treasures as well.
A battery is a treasure.
A golden chain.
It could be.
There is a
There's the
jewel-encrusted
you got the
trident here.
The bird cage, the gold bird cage.
Yeah, okay.
Clue. Clue. You feel a strange pulling sensation. You're back in the Y2 room.
All right, now we're.
I'm guessing.
The shadowy figure seems to be trying to attract your attention.
He's doing the Macarena.
There's nothing to do with it here.
No, I won't
Black
be doing
rod.
the Macarena.
That won't work here. That is useless right now.
But if you choose to do that on your streams, I won't be watching that either. I can't begin to think of.
There is a threatening dwarf. A sharp knife is thrown.
Oh no! Dwarf!
Admit,
Thank
Black
God!
dwarf's axe.
Mike was
You have
distracting us
vanquished a little dwarf.
with that evil dance.
You find yourself in the Hall of Mists after squeezing through a tight crack.
Yeah, I want to squeeze in through those tight cracks there, Chad. It's a little bit,
There are faint rustling noises from the darkness behind you.
could it be another dwarf?
What's this? It's whatever the point is there.
Well, did you do something with the scale room? All those scales in it?
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all alike.
Ah,
Yeah, okay. Now let's see.
that would be the pirate
Get
maze.
some more water first before we tackle this.
How about this?
Well, I'm still take this one down. Still eating my bread.
Sitting there tempting me. Sophie, I found your ball. Cat's like, I don't give a damn. Oh. Hey, Mike, did you hear what I told you I made for breakfast this morning? It was really Gouda. It actually really was. I don't make this kind of stuff very often, but I took an egg. I mean, I did that as well. But I took an apple and I peeled it, and then I cut it into 4, and then I sliced it up nice and tiny, tiny little square pieces. And I took an egg and put like some sugar in a bowl with some flour and some baking powder. Mixed that all together, and some cinnamon, drop that egg back in there, and then you basically get it kind of goopy, so then you got to use your hands and stuff like that. But meanwhile, you get a skillet and fill it with some oil, because we're going to lightly fry these apple balls. And so apple fritters is what they ended up being, kind of like apple donuts. Really, what it's kind of like an apple donut in a way. And then it was really good. And I also made some scrambled eggs. But...
All right, let's see if we can figure this out.
And Chad made bacon. Bacon.
Okay.
All right. We're on to the Pirate's Maze. This one doesn't give you the the twisty little maze that's alike and all that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying. It looks like some either takes you dead ends or some are one ways or something.
All right, well, let's just go.
Well,
It says
take a look,
1,
it's-
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Or maybe those are just
7, 8,
numbers
9,
or something.
10. I mean, I don't
Maybe
know.
it's just numbered. But I think I'm going to guess that we start here,
Yeah.
and I think we want to get to number 7 over here on the map.
Okay. Well, that should be east, right?
I mean, this is really confusing. It's showing these things, but it's like, okay, one way to bird chamber. So a 9, 2.
That's probably the coming
Okay,
back out of
1,
it.
2, okay, 3,
So I think it's probably
4,
4 guides you to 5,
5,
6,
6, 7.
up to 7. Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
agree.
you probably
So
want to, guess, head east or something.
Yar. Bacon.
Maze alike.
Yummy. Bacon. It's what's for breakfast.
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all alike. You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all alike.
Oh, okay. Okay. Head 3.
Okay. So far, so good.
You see a sturdy ladder.
And it's showing is down and right, but that's questionable if that means head south or if that means go down.
Save and go down and see what happens.
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all alike.
Okay, let's say this is 4. We want to hit south again.
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all alike.
Okay, 5.
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all alike.
Looks definitely different over there. Yep.
You're on the brink of a 30-foot pit with a massive orange column down one wall. You could climb down here, but you could not get back up. The maze continues at this level.
That's where the bird was.
Oh.
This is actually kind of interesting. Looking at this map, pretty much follows what I'm seeing here. That's really kind of neat.
You're in a maze of twisty little passages, all alike.
And this one looks like it's northwest.
There are golden eggs here.
That was the,
This has
That's
the
what he got
distinct
from
feel
me.
of
Here we are.
the pirate's treasure chest is here.
Master Cave Plan. Redbeard's Revenger.
maybe now the pirate will leave you alone.
Man, this book is awesome.
You're at the brink of a pit. You've been down there before. You remember the little bird. You've been down there before. You remember the little bird. You're at the brink of a pit. My goodness. That was a mighty fall. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Arr, matey.
They're talking about bacon.
Okay, it's like it.
You've been down there before. You remember the little bird.
Right, yeah.
You've been down there before.
You've been down there
You're at the
before,
brink of a
Chad.
pit. You're on the brink of a 30-foot pit with a massive orange column down one wall. You could climb down here, but you could not get back up. The
Most
maze
likely.
continues at this level. You're on the brink of a pit.
Oh,
You see a steep slope at the brink of the pit. It looks like you can slide down it.
there we go.
Is that a fast cut?
Cave closing soon. All adventurers exit immediately through main office.
Just don't fall off here. Bats.
Somehow I don't think the insurance liability on this place would be very good.
Zizzy.
Yeah. Watch that last step. It's a doozy.
This exit is closed. Please leave via main office.
Really?
This exit is closed. Please leave via main office.
You don't have the keys anymore.
This exit is closed. Please leave via main office. This exit is closed. Please leave via main office.
Just wanted to use Zizzy.
But I guess you're gonna have to go find the plow room.
I keep getting lost down here.
Hey, precious. I think it might be closed, AC White Raven. After that, at nighttime,
Zizzy.
you know, they probably flood it with like the Indiana Jones balls.
This exit is closed.
and
Please leave via
water.
main office.
Plue. Plue.
This exit is closed. Please leave via main office.
Please don't tell me how to live my life,
It says
Mr. Voice
Zizzy.
Announcer.
Plue. Plue.
This exit is closed. Please leave via main office.
Chad's trying to fight the establishment here. Next stop, Y2 room.
If it's not that, unless it's trying to redirect you to do something else, which confuses me because, like, am I forgetting something?
Possibly.
Oh, there was this guy, like, you know, waving at me.
The shadowy figure seems to be trying to attract your attention. Gold, brass, plue. Plue.
This exit is closed. Please leave via main office.
Yeah, I think there's something different about this. Like, what?
You thought you knew everything.
Yeah, I think I got pretty much all the things. So I think there's something else. Okay, no, there's something it says. Something at location still a voice announces the cave is now closed. At this point, you're teleported to something else. Okay.
Did you miss something?
I'm not quite sure. Cave is closing. Okay. Okay. Then west. Okay. Let me see. I want to go to the antechamber. Okay.
You need to be a little closer to climb that.
Yeah, go get my bottle of water back. Oh, there's. Oh, I wonder if that's something where we have to.
You're on the brink of a clean, climbable pit. A crawl leads west. You're by a clean, climbable pit.
Okay, let's go over here. See how much stuff we have. If we end up picking up anything else, we just drop this again.
Looks like the Witt Construction Company, whoever they are,
There it is.
are building. There is a recent issue of Spelunker Today magazine here. Sorry, you'll need to drop something before you can carry anything more. Bottle of water.
The cave is now closed.
You're at the northeast end of a large room, appearing to be a repository for the adventure tour. The room is bathed in a bleak yellow light. On one side you see dwarves sleeping on the floor, snoring loudly. An immense mirror hangs against one wall and stretches to the other end of the room. Various sundry objects can be dimly glimpsed at the distance.
But there's a lamp leg in there.
You're at the northeast end of the repository.
We'll pay the troll.
Now it makes a little more sense.
An errant rock. Could be a tripping hazard.
Getting a rock.
You're at the northeast end of the repository. Interesting. There seems to be something written on the underside of this oyster. Looks like a clue. It'll cost you 10 points, but if you wish, look at it again. I'll read it for you. You see beds of baby oysters. The dwarves are asleep. You best not wake them. The dwarves are asleep. You best not wake them. You're at the southwest end of the repository. A vast mirror stretches off to the northeast. Nearby, you see a large steel grate.
Oh, there's this.
You see a pit of green vipers. You wouldn't want one of those.
Yeah, lovingly modeled plastic chairs and pillows.
Several velvet pillows lie scattered about. You're at the southwest end of the repository.
There's your little
A
wine.
3-foot black rod with a rusty star on an end lies nearby. That won't work here. That is useless, right? You're at the southwest end of the repository. You're at the southwest end of the
Almost makes me
repository.
think of, like,
A
scene
vast
out
mirror
of,
stretches off to the northeast. Nearby, there is a row of wicker cages with sulking little birds.
Kind of reminds me of like the warehouse scene out of Dreamfall Chapters or something.
Yeah.
Sorry, it is locked. Black rod. The star fell off. You notice a little wick.
Just
Black
a little
rod with
wick.
rusty marks on the end. There is a loud
yes.
explosion, and a 20-foot hole appears in the far wall, burying the snakes in the rubble. A river of molten lava pours in through the hole, destroying everything in its path, including you.
Was that what you were supposed to do?
Master Class Venture C. I didn't even allow it to.
So was there something else you were supposed to do? Crispy. Hang on just a sec.
I think I forgot to restore at that point.
Zizzy. Zizzy. You feel a strange pulling sensation. You're back in the well house. Treasure chest.
Okay, that was kind of weird when I last time it tried to close things off.
Golden eggs. Precious jewelry.
Well, I guess that was
Clue.
useful from that point of just.
Clue. You feel a strange pulling sensation. You're back in the Y2 room.
Cave closing soon. All adventurers exit immediately through main office.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, go back down to the anteroom.
Well,
This time I was able to make it back to the well house.
oh,
So
weird.
and drop off the treasures. So it's like, okay, weird.
Okay.
Where last time it was like the moment I tried to drop down or use Izzy, it didn't allow me to do it. Like, okay.
I mean, you're supposed to be able to get like 350 points. So I can't imagine us being completely done yet. But we did get all the treasures. And now this makes a lot more sense that this is an actual trap.
Well, last time I picked that up, that just...
You're at wit's end. You've crawled around in some little holes and found your way blocked by a recent cave-in. You're now back in the main passage. Spelunker Today. I'm afraid the magazine is written in Dwarvish. Spelunker Today.
Yeah, give us point. Okay. Well, let's see. if we
You have
get
to
out
go
again.
any path but north, it says.
You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and found your way blocked by a recent cave-in. You're now back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You've crawled around in some little holes and... You've crawled around in some little holes and wound up back in the main passage. You managed to escape wit's end. You're in an anteroom. You need to be a little closer to climb that. You need to be a little closer to climb that. You see a sturdy ladder.
Showing the magazine there.
Mm-hmm.
The cave is now closed.
They're very good about letting you, like, like coming to get you, leaving you out there by yourself. That cave is now closed.
You're at the northeast end of a large room, appearing to be a repository for the adventure tour. The room is bathed in a bleak yellow light. On one side you see dwarves sleeping on the floor, snoring loudly. An immense mirror hangs against one wall and stretches to the other end of the room. Various sundry objects can be dimly glimpsed at the distance. Small rock, small rock. You're at the southwest end of the repository. A 3-foot black rod with a rusty star on an end lies near. Small rock. Black rod. The star fell off. You notice a little wick. Sorry, it is locked. Sorry, it is locked. Small rock. That won't work here. There's no use for that here. Nothing happens. Black rod with rusty marks on the end. Black rod with rusty marks. Black rod with rusty marks on the end. The star is of no use to you. You're at the southwest end of the repository. You're at the southwest end of the repository. A vast mirror stretches off to the northeast. Nearby, you see a large steel grate. It says Treasure Vault, Keys and Main Office. You're at the southwest end of the repository. There's no use for that here. That is useless, right? There's nothing to do with it here. You're at the southwest end of the repository. You're at the southwest end of the repository. A vast... You're at the southwest end of the repository. You're at the southwest end of the repository. You see a pit of green vipers.
Can you climb the ladder?
That is useless right now. That won't work here. They have no use for you. There's no use for that here.
Trash cans. There's all
You're at the southwest end of the repository. A vast mirror stretches off to the northeast. Nearby, you see a large steel grate.
Maybe.
What mirror?
I was wondering that too. I was like, where's the mirror?
The dwarves are asleep. You best not wake them. One of them got you.
Why did I say 290? I had 296.
You're at the northeast end of the repository.
Oh.
The huge mirror is partially covered by a cloth. It's too high for you to reach. It's too
What if
high for you to
shatter it
reach.
with your little pointy end of the
rock or
wand or the rock?
Small rock. That is useless right now. One of them got you. The huge mirror is partially covered by a cloth. The huge mirror is partially covered by a cloth. That won't work here.
Chad
You're at the
breaking shit and
northeast end of the
vandalizing the
repository.
warehouse. Shaking my damn head.
You're at the southwest end of the repository. Nothing happens. You see a pit of green vipers. That won't work here. You see a pit of green vipers. You're at the southwest end of the repository. You're at the southwest end of the repository. You're at the southwest end of the repository. This is a locked steel grate. You're at the southwest end of the repository.
I don't know.
A vast mirror stretches off to the northeast. You're at the southwest end of the repository. You can Small rock. That is you. There's no use for that here. Black rod. The star fell off. You notice a little wick. Small rock. Black rod with rusty marks. Blew yourself up.
What the fuck is that black rod then? Is it dynamite?
Yes.
Or maybe throw the dynamite at the dwarves sleeping. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it was saying something about this grate, so that's why I'm like, okay, well, let's try it this way again.
Black rod. The star fell off. You notice a little wick.
A little wick.
This is a locked steel grate. Black rod with rusty marks on the end. Black rod with rusty marks on the end.
It does look like dynamite.
Blew yourself up.
Karma. I'm telling you what.
You're at the southwest end of the repository. A vast mirror stretches off to the northeast. Nearby, you see a large steel grate. The huge mirror is partially covered by a cloth. You're at the northeast end of a large room, appearing to be a repository for the adventure tour. The room is bathed in a bleak yellow light. On one side, you see dwarves sleeping on the floor, snoring loudly. An immense mirror hangs against one wall and stretches to the other end of the room. Various sundry objects can be dimly glimpsed at the distance.
Beanstalks.
There is a nursery of baby beanstalks here. You're at the northeast end of the repository. You're at the northeast end of the repository. Don't disturb them. You're at the northeast end of a large room, appearing to be a repository for the Black rod. The star fell off. Black rod with rusty mark.
Hello! The main office is over here!
You see a little elf. She wants you to enter the main office.
Welcome! Come on in!
What a winner! Yay, Chad! Woo!
Fantastic cave tour.
Congratulations for finding your way here. Your adventure tour has completed. Please, see your score.
335.
Yay! How did you miss 15 points?
I bought batteries.
Your
That's
score
it.
puts you in Master Adventurer Class A.
Hooray!
Over there is the
I'll
exit.
take Class A.
And we didn't ever need the batteries.
Have a good day.
Nice. Very nice. There he is. Hey, Chad. Okay. Thank you.
I love
Thank you.
I love the the fun Philip Sousa march and stuff like that was used by Monty Python.
So what it was is we bought batteries, and that's the only thing that we didn't end up needing. So if we had not done the vending machine,
We might have gotten all. I heard
We were
there's something
close.
special if you get all 350.
yeah. So it's gonna have to play it again.
I did read something like dropping the magazine at wit's end gives you like 1 point, so you do have to do like wit's end type thing. So.
But nice job. So what'd you guys think of it? How did you guys like the Colossal Cave?
It was just kind of weird when you got to the very ending, and it was just like, what?
What are you
This is
gonna?
all
Yeah,
confusing,
it's like
but-
what are we gonna do now? You know. so we ended up throwing it right at the wall, or just throwing it at the drawer.
In that direction.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's what seemed to at least open it up. But
Fun game, enjoyable. Yeah.
it was neat. I mean, I have not completed the actual text version of it. So this is the first time I've actually completed the game in some form or another. I've done the
Yeah.
text one in certain ways before, so it's interesting. As you can see, it probably maybe there was a different ending. It's like, okay, yay, you got all the endings. What we have in our version, it's even talking about like, oh yeah, there was a slightly different Microsoft version. It sounded like there was another magic word that was not in this one.
There were a lot of different walkthroughs out there to like different ways to go. Obviously the map is all over the place, so for the caves. And so, but I think overall it was pretty cool.
Yeah,
And I really
enjoyed
kind
it.
of, I really
Definitely do it
liked it.
again.
Yeah. And of
And-
course he wants to do it again because he wants that 350 points.
And this
Just
book,
not today.
yeah, let's do the where's the kitty time or something.
Look at you getting to be a pro and knowing how to do this.
So this is the book I have from 1984, the Book of Adventure Games. And so this had some just great maps that was definitely made things a lot easier.
And it was spot on
figure
to what
Yeah, some of these maps and
The
stuff
maps
like that were
worked.
just like, oh yeah, that's great. Like especially with the Pirates Maze and the vending machine maze. Yeah, those are that helped so much. I think it pretty much shows you like here's the optimal paths, and then it didn't show every single direction.
Yep.
But
From 1984, with a game count in 76.
what?
Say?
Yeah. The game
Yep,
originally came out
the
like 1976.
game originally came out in 76.
I think there was like one or two more areas I did not fully explore. Maybe it was just ways to connect between some different ends, but I think that was about it. So.
But that was the first time. I mean, the rest of the time that Chad, like when he was testing it for the team, he didn't use this book. He was just wandering around.
I didn't think about this.
Things.
Yeah, I didn't think about this until like yesterday or something.
Yep.
Software Den computers. So yeah, that's like in the Microsoft version or something like that.
Yeah, I don't. Well, this was a PC. I mean, that was my point. This was a PC, so I'm wondering why that part didn't work. But I don't even know how to get there. Let's see. It's off a bed quill.
Yeah, it looks like getting the pirate maze. There's a couple areas to do that. So.
Well, maybe that's where you would found it then. But overall, I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, volcanic scenic point. Yep. There's that. And how many? Okay, if we exit out, is it going to show us how many? Show us how many of the achievements we got. Oh, we might just have to open up Steam.
You would have to see it in Steam.
Okay, let's take a look there. Post-Montgomery, okay, it's showing so far 25% of people have gotten have completed the game. Okay, we missed 3. Okay, there's something about the dude that's
something about the dark dude
shaking, waving at you.
I'm not sure what that
Colossal
is.
Cave, explore every region of the game. Yeah, I think there's a place or two I did not hit. Who's that? You see the shadowy figure reflected in the cave. Saw the character at a few points. Perfect, just perfect. That's 350. So
maybe that's when you
yeah, I think
if
there's
you
like
have
a place or two
if you explored and you got like 350 or whatever, then you see that dude. But
let's see. Interface is not the best. Okay. Master Cave, you discover all 15 treasures. Learn all magic phrases. Egg on his face. You retrieve the eggs from the troll. Safely deposit the vase in the well house. Yeah. So if you try to drop it, or it crashes and breaks. Bear can't bear the weight. Allow the bear to walk on the bridge. Bear with me. You freed the bear and brought him to the troll. Take the scenic route. You see the breathtaking view in the depths of the cave. Treasure hunter. Player discovers treasure 10. Drums in the deep. You have an encounter with a dwarf. Green thumb Goliath. Grow the beanstalk. Treasure you discover 5. Okay, they give a couple of different treasure things depending on how many treasures you find. St. George's Gauntlet. Congratulations, you vanquished a dragon. Bridge builder. Batteries not included. Birdman of the Cave 71. Charming the Snake.
so he missed 3 of the achievements, is what it was saying.
Nice.
So overall, pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely interesting. As the reviews kind of point out, because it is very faithful to the original, it has the annoyances of it. So there's things that have been kind of annoying. Some that you just kind of wander around till you get yourself out, like Wit's End. It's kind of a joke, and why it was supposed to be, how you're supposed to figure out, go every direction except north. I'm like, okay, that's nonsensical. But I'm going to guess that there's, Zork had things like this as well, kind of with, caves and exploration and finding treasures and stuff like that. And There's some games that the early Sierra games are kind of were some of those maze types areas as well. In Mystery House, there was like the forest that was kind of a pain. Some of Wizard and the Princess, there was a lot of kind of sort of wandering around like the deserts and things like that as well. And even some of the King's Quest games like King's Quest 5 and 6, they had some mazes as well, like underneath Mordok's castle or the catacombs in King's Quest 6. Those could be sort of seen as a maze. But those you could at least map out. The one underneath Mordok's castle, that one is probably more of a pain versus King's Quest 6. At least that one was a little easier
labyrinth.
to map around. Yeah, at least that one is easier to map out.
The labyrinth is annoying though. There's a lot of death traps, so so it kind of works both ways. But
as I said, death save early, save often.
That was
just
the
about
thing.
just about the perfect amount of save games.
You want us to go get a kitty for kitty time? Keep it real. Well, we haven't had anybody use kitty time in a long time, but we can bring out a kitty.
Maybe some in the room.
No, there's one in here.
Oh, I was thinking one down there, but you'd have to get around stuff. Staticky. Well, that's why I thought if it's
You'd hear every
Chloe
once in a
should
while
be complaining,
someone,
but
kitty time in it. Yeah, Medicine Hat used up his reward points for kitty time.
Yeah.
And so Medicine Hat gets his favorite kitty, Mr. Oliver.
He's tired.
He's
He's
tired.
He's still
He's
like,
look how
come on.
tired he is. He's tired.
It's afternoon nap time, Mel.
You're
not
like,
now.
oh, Mel. Oh, Mel. I was having a good dream and you weren't part of it. Look at him laying like a big old baby.
He's not fighting too much, but I think he's wanting to go back soon.
I'm sure he will. Oliver. Oh, if I must. If I must.
Like an old man. You know.
So here's the deal, folks. I'm going to be gone next week. I am going to be holding my grandbaby toward the end of next week. So no Sunday brunch, no Saturday links, no Friday night with Mike, no Thursday night, Thursday day, Friday day, and I'm getting close to probably finding a job. So I'm getting very, very close. So
Some good prospects.
good prospects that are one of them's going to pan out, and then I'll be back to work. And if I get the one that I'm most excited for, I'm going to be going into the office 2 times a week, and stuff like that. So yes, baby, oh, still sleepy, tired. So, but meanwhile, as long as I can enjoy more and more time with my buddy Mike Cade playing Divinity and stuff like that. And also, there's nothing better for me than Sunday brunch with Chad. He knows how to play these games and he gets it done every time. I don't think there's very many games in the last 5 years that Chad hasn't beaten.
Yeah.
In some
Well,
way, or me.
There's still Manhunter San Francisco.
Well, yeah, we have started
We'll have
those.
to go back. Actually, Robo Spacer, who was here at the beginning, he started Manhunter New York, and I think he has not played that one before. So, I think that should be.
Yeah, we beat that one.
Interesting.
And
We did beat
I
that.
need to get
That
that on
wasn't-
my
yeah.
stuff, but we did beat that one.
That wasn't as bad as I initially thought, but it's just I remember some of those arcade sequences could be frustrating, but.
He's so tired. I've never had him laying in my arms so nicely. He's just listening. You say Ollie doesn't. Oh, he's happy. You're not seeing Ollie from the view that I'm seeing Ollie from the
Maybe
view.
probably fighting or trying to
He is
struggle. with
very content right now. He's like, yeah, hold me, baby. Make me sleep. He's got his eyes closed and everything as I'm gently rocking him. I'm practicing holding my grandbaby, except I would have done this the other way around.
Cat's actually probably weighs a bit more. Not
Yeah.
by much.
He'll let me know when he's not happy. He'll just flip his whole body when he's ready.
They'll squirm like little banana babies.
And there it goes, right there. He's like, hey, wait a minute.
Hey.
No.
Hey, hey.
You okay?
No, you got me.
All
Put a Band-Aid on that one.
Oh, yeah, no more Ollie. Sorry.
I got to go treat that now.
Yep,
Thank you, everyone.
Chad's got a war wound. Thanks, Chad. Thank you, everybody. All right, so here's the deal. Yep, he had enough. So here's the deal. We are going to return back, not this, so obviously not next Sunday, but the Sunday after that, to Heroines Quest. Chad thinks we've got maybe 2 more streams. I don't know. But to finish Heroines Quest and then move on to some other games. And finally, it was nice to break and try out Colossal Caves. Good kudos to the Williams on the game. I think it's quite delightful. And it's definitely worth playing. So everyone, definitely you should give it a try. And happy to see you finish that. Heroin. Wrong game. Wrong game, missing that. Hopefully we get to be the heroine. Heroine. So we get to be the heroine and save Ragnarok and or start Ragnarok or whatever it was. That's the meaning of that game. Who knows, right? All right, so everybody, let's go ahead and say thank you for watching. With it's over and it's too late, and let's just see if there's anyone on. If there's anyone on who's playing Colossal Caves, perhaps we should raid that person. And the answer is no. It's always no. Mike, if you want to play our game later, reach out to me. And I hope your wife feels better soon. I get that bed and feels better soon. Life will be better. Life will be better. Let's see what you're doing here. Wasteland. No idea who any of these people are. Well, there's just not enough. I'm just going to type Colossal Cave and see if we can find someone. See if anyone. Here's someone playing. I don't know. We'd have to see. Nope, they're offline. Yeah, that's the trick. Always trying to find someone who could be playing the game. But it was us. I found myself. Oh, let's see if this person's on. Nobody. Nobody knows how hard it is to find somebody who's playing an adventure game. Retro. It might not have it even like classified, you know what I mean? So that's a thing. And then you never know. When you do a blind raid like this, you never really know what you're going to get. So I think we're just going to go. We'll keep it simple. We're just going to go. And you all have a good night. Enjoy yourself. We'll see you on another stream, on another day, in another time. And keep feeling better. AC White Raven, get to the doctor. Go see the doctor. All right? And everyone, have a good night. Let's go. Bye-bye.